think Jan's out there. Jane? She is. Good. All rise. Screen report division 2, Davis County, Tennessee's 9 seconds. The Honorable Judge Angela election of Dr. Zach. Got this state, this court, this state, these United States. Make sure, please.
All right, good morning. It is my understanding that jurors are here. And I just wanted to come out just a couple of minutes early so that if there were any issues that the court needs to address before we bring the jury in, I can do that. Are we ready for Mr. Hill and Mr. Cowan to? Oh, okay. All right, I'll give them a few minutes. Thank you. So I think we need to swear the jury in is what we did after yesterday. Is that right? Not yet. Not yet. Let me know when you're ready. I said, are they getting dressed? Okay. Excuse me. Got a little frog right there, Barbara. Of course not. I told Division 1 we'd trade with them today. Okay. General Taylor here? Okay. All right. sometimes they bring all of their inmates up.
They bring a lot.
And they can be allowed.
I think it's more tomorrow.
Okay.
It's a heavy day.
Okay. I'll try to ask Judge Dozier if they could keep it down, tell them to keep it down back there. Okay. They probably just do that anyway, which is probably a good idea, because that could be wrong. I've had that happen. Do we have an ETA on General Taylor? Sure. All right, so we'll just go ahead and get started. You can go ahead and get them lined up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bring the jury in and begin the proceedings for this case. I'm going to ask that everyone please be mindful that we have to be respectful of the process that we have in place. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate that you're here and that you want to see this trial through. But we need to be mindful of the jury and be respectful of the jury and be respectful of this process. I know that this is going to be a very highly emotional case, but let us please just be mindful that the jury has to be able to focus on the evidence that's presented in the case. All right, I think they're lining them up now. Okay, that's fine. Are you all gonna want it, where are you all gonna want it for your opening? You don't want it? I mean, we can move, do you just not want it?
Well, I would like to put some papers on it, just in case I forget some critical information. Can we just put it so it's like, no, like right over here? That way, so that. Can I turn it that way? I'm just a little picky.
Now, if you turn it that way, they're gonna see your notes. You need to turn it the other way.
Okay. Yeah, just pick your, always right.
One thing we realize is there's so much class that there's.
I know, that's. Okay, all right, are we ready?
All rise.
Okay, if the jury will remain standing, everyone else may be seated. Let the record reflect that all of the members of the jury hearing the case are present in the courtroom. If you will, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues joined wherein the state of Tennessee is the prosecutor and Mr. James Edward Cowan and Mr. Devaunte Lewis Hill are the defendants upon a charge of murder in the first degree, and a true verdict render according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Thank you so much. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for getting here a little earlier than what we normally ask of you for a jury trial. And I hope everyone rested well and also remembered the rules that I put in place yesterday, and everything went okay. How is it? I know that number 12 is wearing gloves. Is it cold in here? Are y'all?
It's actually warmer.
It's warmer today. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we'll try to make sure that we monitor and because we definitely want you to be comfortable as best you can throughout the trial. So thank you. Okay, now this is the point of the trial. I believe, General, where the state will read the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor. Please support if I may
Yes.
come as well. Please support, counsel, members of the jury. The indictment in this case reads as follows. State of Tennessee, Davidson County. The grand jurors of Davidson County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that James Edward Cowan, also known as James Edward Lillard, and Devaunte Lewis Hill, on the 3rd day of December 2020 in Davidson County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation, did kill Caitlyn Marie Kaufman in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by myself, Roger D. Moore, for Glenn R. Funk, District Attorney General of the 20th Judicial District, and filed as a true bill of indictment with the Davidson County Criminal Court Clerk on May 19, 2021.
Mr. Cowan and Mr. Hill, with your counsel, if you will please rise. And counsel may speak for your clients if you wish. To the charge of the indictment, how does Mr. Cowan plead?
Plead not guilty, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hill?
Not guilty.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as I shared with you during jury selection, there is a point in the trial when the parties are given an opportunity to present to you an opening statement. The opening statement are the words of the attorneys and cannot be considered by you as proof in the case, but it is their perspective of the proof as they anticipate will be presented to you throughout the trial. Okay, does the state care to wish to present an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. They were traveling over 70 miles an hour just before 6:08:41 p.m. Both of them, a driver and a shooter, traveling 70 miles an hour when 6 rounds that were fired out of the rounds fired from that vehicle struck Caitlyn Kaufman's car. 70 miles an hour. Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle was not parked on the side of I-440 when her car was struck by 6 of those bullets. She wasn't traveling 35 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour, or even 55 miles an hour. Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle was traveling at over 70 miles an hour when they fired the rounds from their vehicle that's also traveling over 70 miles an hour, and they are able to strike her vehicle not 1 time, not 2, not 3, not 4, not even 5. 6 rounds struck her vehicle. 6 rounds. One of them goes directly into her driver window, directly into her left arm. It is fired directly at her. And during the trial, you will hear evidence and testimony from Dr. Carney, who later performed the autopsy on Caitlyn Kaufman. And she will tell you that that bullet that went directly into her driver window, that went directly into her left arm, that it went through the soft tissue of her shoulder. It struck her left lung. It struck her aorta, her right lung. It struck her right 4th lateral rib and came to a rest in her right arm. Dr. Carney will tell you that even had someone called 911, that Caitlyn Kaufman would not survive that injury, that it was such a traumatic injury that she would have not lived long at all. You will hear evidence and testimony in this case that Caitlyn Kaufman worked at St. Thomas West Hospital. She was a nurse there that worked in the ICU unit. She lived in Lebanon, Tennessee. She had driven home from work that morning at 7:30 after her shift ended, and every single day, every day, when she drove to work and drove home, she talked to her mom. She called her mom, who lived in Pennsylvania, Diane Kaufman, and they talked every day when she drove to work. And that December 3rd, that Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, was no different. Diane Kaufman had talked to her daughter that morning, and when Caitlyn was driving back into work that night at 5:44 p.m., she talked to her mom. And they talked for about 14 minutes. They actually talked about the trip that Diane was making the following week, because Caitlyn had just moved into that apartment about a month and a half before, and Diane hadn't seen it fully moved in. So she was coming to town. And Diane Kaufman will tell you that that day she actually hung up the phone with Caitlyn. That normally Caitlyn always hung up first, but she was buying Caitlyn a card that she was going to bring her that next week. And she was checking out at the store, and she hung up the phone. That was just before 6 p.m. Caitlyn Kaufman was driving to her job at St. Thomas West Hospital. She was early, very early. And her friends at the hospital will tell you that that was normal. She was always early to work. And it wasn't until she didn't show up to work. It wasn't until Diane Kaufman called her back at 6:13 p.m. and she didn't answer, which at first she just thought, okay, she's at the hospital, she's walking into work. But she called back again at 6:18 and she didn't answer. It was 6:08 and 59 seconds when Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle came to a stop on the side of I-440. It would be 2.5 hours later, even longer than that. It was 8:53 p.m. before a Metro Parks officer, Brian Thompson, pulled over and found Caitlyn Kaufman. She was in the driver's seat of her car. The car was still running. Her foot was on the brake. Caitlyn Kaufman at 6:08:41, her speed began to slow. That bullet struck both of her lungs and her heart. Her car was able to make it to the side of the road, but she sat there in her car with it running, her foot on the brake, as blood filled her lungs, and she died in that car. No one called 911. No one stopped to help her. It was 2 hours and 45 minutes later before Officer Thompson arrived on that scene. And he'll tell you that when he pulled up, he thought she was a disabled motorist because the car was running. It wasn't until he got out of his car and walked up to her car and he saw all of the bullet strikes in her car. He saw that the back window was shattered out from a bullet. He saw the bullet hole that went straight into the car, straight into her, and he could tell that she was not responsive. And he saw the other bullet holes in the front of her vehicle, all of them aimed at the driver compartment of that car. He moved his car and parked it in front of her car because her foot was on the brake and that car was still running. And you'll hear that other Metro officers arrived on the scene. But Caitlyn Kaufman had died hours before. 6:08:41 p.m., Caitlyn's speed began to slow. 8:53 p.m., Metro Parks officer Brian Thompson arrives. At 7:37 p.m., Devaunte Hill was entering into Google Nashville shooting. At 7:37 p.m., Nashville shooting. Now you will hear from Sergeant DeWalt, who responded to the scene, and you will hear that he had to go to the lengths to shut down I-440 so that they could process that scene. But they were able to shut down the interstate and they searched for evidence and they found 3 of the casings, 3 of them, on the side of I-440. Now later, those 3 casings are compared to a Springfield XD 9mm gun, and it is determined that that is the gun. That is the gun that fired those rounds. But they did not know all of the information that day. That day, they had a very specific time frame because Caitlyn had an iPhone. And Detective Chad Gish with the Metro Nashville Police Department, who is an expert in the analysis of mobile devices, he was able to take her speed from the time she left her apartment. He's able to tell you that she walked 121 steps from her apartment to her vehicle. Exactly what time. He can tell you the speed that she's going the entire time that she's traveling from Lebanon, Tennessee to her job at St. Thomas West. And he's able to tell you that exact moment that her speed slowed. 6:08:41 41. They had that very specific information, but they didn't have anything else. And Sergeant Dickerson, he will explain to you the investigation that occurred. He will explain all of the people that he talked to, her friends, her family, trying to find anything to explain this. But Caitlyn Kaufman didn't have anything in her life that explained it. She was a nurse that was driving to work. There was nothing there. Sergeant Dickerson didn't know that Devaunte Hill was already searching in Google for Nashville shooting. He didn't know that in those early morning hours of December 4th, that he would send Facebook messages saying he had an XD9 that he was trying to get rid of. That he sent Facebook messages because he needed some more 9 shells. He referred to them as shells. He didn't know that day. And as those days progressed and they didn't know anything, there were people in the community in Nashville that put up reward money. At first, it was a $5,000 reward. There was a $1,000 Crime Stoppers reward, so that made it 6. And then on December 8th, another group of people put up $10,000. It jumped to $16,000. Anyone have any information? Random information is coming into Crime Stoppers. Sergeant Dickerson and his entire team of detectives, because there's a group of them working together, they're following up trying to find anything. Anything. And then on December 10th of 2020, December 10th, a week later, that next Thursday, that same day in the afternoon, a group of people put up $50,000, and that reward jumped to $66,000 for any information that would lead to the arrest of the people responsible for Caitlyn Kaufman's homicide. It just so happens that as that is being announced that day, Jaquez Merrill Odom shows up at St. Thomas Hospital. Jaquez Merrill Odom is Devaunte Hill's childhood friend. They know each other since they were 13. Very good friends. He shows up at St. Thomas Hospital and he says, I would like to speak to Diane Kaufman, Caitlyn Kaufman's mom. I have some information for her. I need to get in touch with her to give her this information. Which they tell him, sir, she does not even live in this state, much less nearby. If you have information, you need to talk to the police department. So they contact the police department and Sergeant Reed, they go out to St. Thomas Hospital, which again, they're following up on every lead. They have no idea who this person is and what they know. They go out there, speak to Mr. Merrill Odom, ask him if he'll come down to the police department, which he voluntarily goes with the police officers to police headquarters, leaving his vehicle at St. Thomas West. They contact Sergeant Dickerson, who is the lead detective on the case, and say, hey, there's somebody here that says they have information, and it kind of sounds like he does. Within the first few minutes of Sergeant Dickerson entering that interview room, Jaquez Merrill Odom tells him that he knows what kind of gun was used to kill Caitlyn Kaufman. It's a Springfield XD9. He knows Devaunte Hill is the person who shot and killed her because he told him. Devaunte Hill showed him one of the many news stories and said, I did this, I effed up. He knows that Devaunte Hill was in a gray Cadillac SUV with dark tint and dark rims. He knows that that vehicle was the vehicle owned by a person that he only knew as Duty. He did not know that guy well, but he was able to give Sergeant Dickerson a very detailed description, physical description of him. And he knew that car. And Sergeant Dickerson is trying to figure out what the connection is and also trying to figure out who Duty actually is. And Jacquez Merrill Odom tells him that he knows that he is a close friend of his childhood friend, Devaunte Hill, but the only thing that he knows that connects them is that they are both members of 9/8 Mafia Crip Gang. That's what he knows. Sergeant Dickerson is able to locate a photograph of the person that he believes is Duty. And Jacquez Merrill Odom is able to say, yes, that's James Cowan. James Cowan is Duty. That silver Cadillac is his car. Jacquez Merrill Odom, number one, went to St. Thomas West Hospital to speak to Diane Kaufman. He did not go down there that day specifically intending to talk to the police, but he went with them willingly. He did not tell them the entire truth when he first spoke to them. He told them all of that information. He knew it was a Springfield XD 9mm gun. He knew Devaunte Hill was the person that shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman because he said to him, I did this, I effed up. He knew that he was in a silver Cadillac that belonged to Duty and that he wasn't the driver, he was the passenger. What he didn't tell them initially, he told them that Mr. Hill was trying to sell that gun. He was trying to get rid of it. He did not tell them that he had traded him guns for it and he already had it. And that gun was unloaded in the glove box of his car at St. Thomas West. So when he gives all this information to Sergeant Dickerson, the police department starts to follow up because he said Mr. Hill is trying to sell this gun. They start to set up so that Mr. Odom Merrill can go buy that gun from Devaunte Hill. And they have this whole process that they have to go through. It takes about 3 hours. Now, Mr. Odom Merrill, he has a cell phone, but he doesn't have a carrier. There's no Sprint, no Verizon, no T-Mobile. It's Wi-Fi only. And as he's in the police department, he asked for the Wi-Fi password, but nobody had it for those first 3.5 hours. Finally, a detective gives him a Wi-Fi password, and he is able to connect to the internet, and within seconds, he sends messages to his childhood friend, Devaunte Hill. Sends messages to get him to confirm that that gun was the gun used so he can tell the detectives. And he has something to prove. Just because he has that weapon, he's not involved. As soon as he gets those messages, he asks the detectives to come back in, and he tells them, I got something better. Look at this. Look at these messages. I just messaged Devaunte Hill, and this is what he said. And those messages were recovered later from Mr. Merrill Odom's phone as well as Devaunte Hill's phone. At that point, everybody kind of had to stop because that was a major difference of I can go buy the gun. Oh, by the way, the gun is in my glove box at the hospital. So they have to kind of revamp the plan. They dispatch officers to St. Thomas West Hospital specifically to look in that glove box of his white Chrysler 200 that is parked in the parking lot. And sure enough, there is a Springfield XD 9mm unloaded exactly like Mr. Merrill Odom said. He said that the bullets would be in the center console. And there were bullets in the center console. Now, the police department expedited the request. The analysis is the same analysis they always do, but they expedited the request to have the firearm tested to those 3 casings found on the side of I-440 that night of December 3rd. And the analysis came back that those 3 casings were fired from that firearm. Devaunte Hill told Jacquez Merrill Odom, holding up a news story, Caitlyn Kaufman, nurse killed on I-440. I did this, I effed up. An arrest warrant was issued for Devaunte Hill that night. Now, Jacquez Merrill Odom was at the police department for over 6 hours that night while all of this is going on. And during that time, he had given them consent to look in his phone so they could verify where he was. Now, when he told them his initial story was not 100% true, he already had the gun, they actually got consent from him again. He gave them consent to search his car, gave them the keys to his car. When he told them that he already had the gun, he said he traded guns. He said, my gun was an Smith & Wesson M&P 40. That was the gun I had. I traded it with Devaunte Hill. This is Thursday, December 10th. In the early morning hours of December 11th, that Friday morning, officers from the Metro Nashville Police Department, which they had to take a team, went to effectuate that arrest warrant. And they went to his apartment at 1500 Porter Road, Panorama Apartments, apartment K5, the exact address that Jacquez Merrill Odom gave them, which they were able to confirm was Devaunte Hill's address. And he was inside, and they arrested him for the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman. At the time of his arrest, they found two things that they seized as evidence. One was his cell phone. And those messages with Jacquez Merrill Odom were on his phone. Before the police went and obtained that arrest warrant, they actually asked Jacquez Merrill Odom to place a phone call to Devaunte Hill from the police department. Because again, he has changed a part of his story that was pretty significant. And he makes that phone call to Devaunte Hill. He actually calls 3 times, he doesn't answer, calls a friend of theirs who doesn't answer, and it's that 4th time that Hill answers the phone. And he gets him to confirm that Jacquez Merrill Odom was not with him when it happened, when he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. The phone that they recovered had those phone calls on it, but it also has a lot of other information on it. Specifically, a contact of Doodie, D-O-O-D-I-E. That was a contact in Devaunte Hill's phone, 615-477-8664. That was the phone number for Doodie. They also found the M&P 40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, the one that Jacquez Merrill Odom told them he traded him for that Springfield XD9. Mr. Hill is arrested and brought down to police headquarters. Again, Sergeant Dickerson goes directly there, and he asks if he'll consent to an interview. He reads him his Miranda warnings, explains to him that he has the right to an attorney, and he waives those Miranda warnings and says he'll talk to Detective Dickerson. And one of the other detectives on Detective Dickerson's team is there too, Detective Ben Hughes, and they begin to speak to Devaunte Hill to ask him, where were you on December 3rd, 2020? We have reason to believe you might be involved in this. Devaunte Hill spent a very long time explaining to them that he was not even in Nashville that day. He drove to Atlanta in a green Chrysler 200 with a female whose name he would not provide them. She drove. They did not do anything in Atlanta. They did not eat. They drove around the city and drove back. That took a while, and that interview will be played for you, where he told them over and over again he wasn't here. Now again, Sergeant Dickerson has a team of people that are assisting him. He has Detective Chagesh, who's looking at every phone immediately when he gets it. Jacquez Merrill Odom's phone, Devaunte Hill's phone. He also has Special Agent Andy Valley with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Andy Valley has a specific expertise, and it's in analyzing the cellular location data that you get from carrier records. So that's your Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint. He can analyze the location records and give you information about where that device would be located at any particular time. So as he's interviewing him and they're getting all this information, Jacques Merrill Odom had already given them Devaunte Hill's phone number. So they're pulling the records to see where was he. And they have a location at 6:22 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020, that puts him right there by I-440. Now, it is not 6:08:41 p.m. It's 6:22, but he is in that area. So after Mr. Hill denies being in the city of Nashville, they go get that map that Agent Valley sent them and put it down and say, we know you were here. They've asked him if he knows anything about a Cadillac, which he denies, but they tell him, they confront him and say, we know you were here. Now, the interview was recorded in its entirety, but there was a technical issue when it was saved off to the server. The entire first part of the interview is there, and the end of the interview is there, but there is a portion that was not saved. It's a technical glitch that the IT people can't explain. Detective Dickerson and Detective Hughes were there, and they can explain exactly what Devaunte Hill said. But once he is confronted that they know he's here, he changes his story. He admits to being in that silver Cadillac SUV. He actually admits to being in it. He says he was driving it. He says his front seat passenger shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. He said that she cut them off, and so he put down the window, and his front seat passenger fired rounds at her vehicle because she cut them off. He names a person, Raquan Evans. That name was new. He names an actual person, Raquan Evans, as the front seat passenger that shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. And he says he was driving. And she cut them off. It was road rage. Now, Detective Gish has his phone. He is searching for any variation of the spelling of Raquan Evans. There's a duty in his phone, but there is no Raquan Evans. Nothing. Now again, the end of the recording is there, and the detectives are going back over what Mr. Hill said to him. And they actually bring him a picture, because Raquan Evans is an actual person. A picture of Raquan Evans and say, is this the guy? And he says, yes. They also bring him a picture of James Cowan of duty, and they say, do you know him? Nope. Not just, we're not really close friends that I spend all my time with. Don't know him. Like, I've never seen him. The investigation continues. After that day, they take Mr. Hill to booking because he's booked on this homicide warrant. They have phones in booking where you're allowed to make phone calls. Mr. Hill is not housed in the jail. He is in booking, getting booked on a warrant. It is December 11th. It's before lunch. He makes phone calls to people he knows. The contacts are saved as Frederica and Big Cuz. There are 4 phone calls, but it's basically one long conversation. And at different times, both of them are on the phone. He begins to recount his interview with Detective Dickerson. He begins to tell them about some of the portions that when the recording was saved off are not there. And when he makes those calls, which they will be played for you during the trial, he says immediately, it was Gucci. Gucci snitched on me. I know it was. Jaquez Merrill Odom's nickname is Gucci. But Mr. Hill explains that in the call too, because the people he's talking to don't know exactly who Gucci is. So he explains that it's Jaquez. He knows it's him because Jaquez was just messaging him and calling him and talking about it, the murder of Caitlyn Kaufman, the day before. So he knows that Gucci snitched on him. And he knows that Gucci snitched on him because they were asking me about the Cadillac. They were asking me about duty. Gucci snitched on me. And he goes on the conversation. They end up calling different people. Mr. Hill doesn't want to tell these people that are clearly close with him. He doesn't want to tell them the details of who's driving, who's in the passenger seat. He doesn't want to discuss that. Jaquez Merrill Odom said, Devaunte Hill said, I did this. I effed up. But he wants Big Cuz to get in touch with Duty, which Big Cuz says he will. He tells him they have his picture. He needs to get a new number, which he actually kind of stops and thinks about that because he knows that Jaquez Merrill Odom doesn't have Duty's number because they're not friends. But then there's a realization they have his phone, and he's got his number, 615-477-8664, saved under Duty. He needs to get a new phone. They have your picture. He needs to get a new phone. They were asking about the Cadillac. They know about that. This is December 11th before lunch. December 12th, in the early morning hours, there is a Cadillac SUV that is reported as on fire at 2801 Landers Avenue. On fire, exploding. The investigation will show that there is a burned out license plate from that Cadillac SUV, and it is the same one that's in a picture that Mr. Cowan's girlfriend had on her phone that shows him outside that vehicle just days before Caitlyn Kaufman was murdered. That is within 12 hours of that phone call from booking. Now remember, Duty's phone number and Mr. Hill's phone is saved as 615-477-8664. Those phone calls that happened just before lunch, that phone stops being used. Miss Carter, Demonisha Carter, was Mr. Cowan's girlfriend, and her phone was seized as part of this investigation. She had two numbers where you can tell the messages back and forth. It's the exact same person. It's Mr. Cowan. And she has that 477-4661, 477-8664. But she also has a new number for him that they start communicating on December 12th. 733-5312. All of a sudden, after that phone call with Big Cuz, there is a switch in the phone numbers that Mr. Cowan is using. Special Agent Valley, when he's analyzing the cell records, he looks at December 12th, at the time that that vehicle fire is reported by Karen Reese. who sees the car on fire, sees it exploding. Mr. Cowan's new 733-5312 number is using cell phone towers in that same area. And lo and behold, so is Miss Demonisha Carter's cell phone. It's after that phone call, that 477-8664 number stops being used, that Special Agent Andy Valley can tell you that number was being used on December 3rd, 2020. Now, Detective Gish has Caitlyn Kaufman's iPhone. Her iPhone has very specific location information in it. There's specific location information that isn't available for forever, but it keeps cycling through for 10 days. And Detective Dickerson took that phone and he took it immediately to Detective Gish. They had all of her location information, could tell how many steps she took, could tell the speed that she's driving the entire way. From the moment she leaves her apartment, Detective Gish sends his GPS location information with all of that very specific data to Special Agent Andy Valley so that he can incorporate it and compare the two. And Special Agent Andy Valley finds that 477-8644 number that belongs to James Cowan, it is showing in the same location as Caitlyn Kaufman's phone, just before 6 p.m. on December 3rd of 2020. It's almost at the exact same time that her mom has hung up the phone with her, said her last words ever to her daughter. His location begins tracking Caitlyn Kaufman's location on the interstate as she is driving to work just before 6 p.m. It is at 6:08:41 that Caitlyn Kaufman's speed slows from going over 70 miles an hour. That is the time that shots are fired at her vehicle. 6 rounds hitting her vehicle as these two vehicles drive down I-440. 6 of them hit her vehicle. 1 of them going straight into her driver window. No one stopped. No one called 911. You'll see those rounds as they are fired into her vehicle. The one right into the back window right behind her, the one that goes into her driver window, into her arm, killing her, and the ones that are shot at her front quarter panel, the last one going into the hood of her car. Those rounds are not rounds of someone that slammed on the brakes and the shots start to go into the back of her car. All of the rounds are fired at the driver compartment of her car. The one directly into her driver window. It is 6:08:59 when her car stops. 18 seconds. And she has been shot with a devastating, unsurvivable injury through both of her lungs and her heart. But her car is still running. Her foot is on the brake. No one stopped to help her. No one called 911. It took both of them. It took both of them to do this. They did this together. And I submit to you that the proof and evidence presented to you this week will prove that they are both guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. There's a driver and a shooter, and they both did this. And at the end of all of the evidence, we will ask you to return a verdict that James Cowan and Devaunte Hill are guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
You will hear no proof that James Cowan killed anyone. You will hear no proof that he caused the death of anyone. You will hear no proof that he intended for anybody to get killed. You will hear no proof that he had a weapon, that he fired a weapon, or gave a weapon to anyone. I further submit that you will hear no proof that he solicited, ordered, directed, or commanded anybody to kill anyone. In fact, you'll hear no proof that he knew anybody was going to get killed. This case will be more about the proof that you don't hear than it will be about the proof that you do hear. Now, you will hear from several witnesses who testify in this case, but once again, you will hear no proof as to Mr. Cowan having a weapon, that he fired a weapon, or in any way intended for somebody to get hurt. As you listen to the proof in this case, remember what you promised me to do 2 days ago when we started this laborious process. That is, to hold the state to their burden of proof in this case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And don't forget, as you listen to the proof in this case, that that burden will never shift. It will never rest upon Mr. Cowan because he is presumed innocent. I submit, as you listen to the proof in this case, the state's burden will only get higher, and Mr. Cowan's presumption of innocence will only get stronger. And after you've heard all the proof in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have more questions than answers. And the only conclusion that you can reach is that Mr. Cowan is not guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Sims, did you want the podium? If we could move the podium, please. Avery, please. Did you want it, did you need it over here? I don't need it at all. Devaunte Hill is responsible for Caitlyn Kaufman's death. Before a single witness takes that stand, he wants you to know that even though he did not intend or plan for her to die, he is the person who pulled the trigger and ended her life. The first duty of society is justice. Maybe you noticed those words of Alexander Hamilton's that are etched into the side of this building as you came for jury duty Monday, Tuesday, today. You will walk underneath those words every time you come to serve as jurors in this case. The first duty of society is justice. Justice, not vengeance. Justice is what we do here in this courtroom. Justice is the principle we have selected to guide our decision-making here in this courthouse, in this criminal justice system. Caitlyn Kaufman did not deserve to die. Her death is a horrific tragedy. Nothing we do in this courtroom will undo that. No one deserves to be shot and killed simply because they are driving to work. No parent deserves to get the phone call that Diane Kaufman got. Caitlyn Kaufman was a good and kind person who served other people, and she should not be dead. That is a fact. But this courtroom is not about vengeance. It is about justice. That is what we are here to do. You heard Mr. Hill plead not guilty in his own voice a few moments ago. Not guilty to the charge of first-degree premeditated murder. Because this case is not about whether or not Mr. Hill shot Caitlyn Kaufman. He did. This case is not about what Mr. Hill did in the hours and days after, whether he attempted to hide what he had done to protect himself, because he did. And this case is not about whether he lied to the police. He did. This case is not about whether he is a member of the 9/8 Mafia Crips. He is. This case is about what Mr. Hill's state of mind was at 6:08:41 p.m. on the night of December 3rd on I-440. That's it. That is the specific question you are here to answer. And ladies and gentlemen, the question is, was his mind, did he have the ability to exercise reflection and judgment before he pulled that trigger? And ladies and gentlemen, he did not. That is the proof that you will hear. On December the 3rd, 2020, James Cowan is driving a silver Cadillac. Devaunte Hill is his passenger. They are leaving Hermitage. They get on 40 West. They merge onto 440 West. And just past the 21st Avenue exit on 440 is where their paths cross with Miss Kaufman. It is a coincidence. It is a happenstance that they are traveling the same direction that she travels to work. And their paths cross, and you won't hear from any other drivers. You won't see any surveillance video of what actually happens on that interstate. You've already heard that Mr. Hill confided in his childhood friend, Jaquez Merrill Odom. He told Mr. Odom that Miss Kaufman cut them off, that he reacted in anger. Tells the police essentially the same thing. Maybe Miss Kaufman veered into their lane. We know she was traveling at a constant rate of speed. Maybe she veered over. Maybe she didn't do anything wrong. Maybe they were flying up behind her and tried to pass her on the right side just as she was trying to get over to exit on West End Avenue, and she simply didn't see them. Whatever happened, Mr. Hill took the gun that he was holding in his lap, the Springfield XD, and in rapid succession fired 6 shots out the open window, striking Miss Kaufman's car. And before Mr. Cowan had time to react, before Miss Kaufman had time to react, it was over. That quick. Knowing that he had shot a firearm out of a car on an interstate, knowing that was dangerous and unlawful, Mr. Hill begins to wonder whether he had actually hit somebody. And he searches Nashville shooting, as you heard. And when he sees nothing, relieved, he goes on about his business that evening. And it's not until the early morning hours when the news begins to break of Miss Kaufman's death over social media that Mr. Hill learns what he has done. Devaunte Hill acted with a complete disregard that his gross overreaction would hurt or kill someone. That is a crime. That is absolutely a crime that he committed, and it is your job and your duty to hold him accountable for that crime. But you're going to hear a lot of evidence about the things that Mr. Hill did in the hours and the days that follow. You're going to hear a lot of evidence that suggests that Mr. Hill, again, attempted to hide what he had done because he knew he had committed a crime. Not the crime of first-degree murder, but a crime nonetheless. You're going to hear that Mr. Hill made some decisions that showcase his incredibly poor coping skills with the magnitude of the crisis, the magnitude of what he had done. But remember, the question, ladies and gentlemen, is not what Mr. Hill did after the fact. It is what was in his mind before he pulled the trigger. And pay attention as to whether any of that evidence you hear, all of the cell phone information that you're going to hear about what he was searching and what he was doing, whether that has any bearing on what was in his mind at 6:08:41 p.m., because that, ladies and gentlemen, is the question. The first duty of society is justice. Justice, not vengeance. Your duty here is to hold Mr. Hill accountable for the crime he did commit. But he did not act with the conscious desire to end Caitlyn Kaufman's life. He did not act after the exercise of reflection and judgment as the law requires. Ms. Kaufman's death is a tragedy. We cannot undo that. But justice for Caitlyn Kaufman is bound up in justice for Devaunte Hill and for James Cowan. It is your job, it is your obligation, it is your duty here to set aside the emotions you may feel, the emotions that we know will be present in this courtroom. To set aside those emotions because they tempt us down the path to vengeance. And we must stay on the path to justice. We ask you to listen through the heartbreak and through the anger that you will undoubtedly hear. To listen for the truth about what happened that night on 440. And when you do, when you have heard from the witnesses, when you have seen the evidence presented to you, when you have the opportunity to apply the law to what you have heard, we know you will return the just verdict in this case, which is to find Mr. Hill not guilty of first-degree murder.
Just one second. Is the state ready to call your first witness? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't back over there, General.
I am already ready, Your Honor, and yes, you are the first witness, Ms. Diane Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman?
Ma'am, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Ms. Kaufman. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Diana Lynn Kaufman.
If you could try to lean into the microphone just a little bit so everybody can hear you. You said Diane Lynn Kaufman?
That's correct.
And could you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Kaufman.
And Ms. Kaufman, do you live here in Nashville, Davidson County?
No, I don't.
Where do you live?
I live in Chicora, Pennsylvania.
And how long have you lived there?
32 years.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And could you please describe the children that you have?
I have a daughter, Caitlyn.
When was Caitlyn born?
She was born May 12th, 1994. And I had a son, Tyler, and he was born January 5th, 1996.
And was Caitlyn born in Pennsylvania?
Yes, she was.
And Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a photograph, and it's previously been shown to both defense counsel. Ms. Kaufman, you've just been handed a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that you provided to us of your daughter, Caitlyn Kaufman?
It is.
When was that photograph taken?
This photograph was taken in 2018 whenever she was graduating nursing school.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that photograph be introduced as the first numbered exhibit in this trial, and I would also ask permission to publish that to the jury. And I have that available to publish digitally. Ms. Kaufman, how long had your daughter Caitlyn been living in Nashville, Tennessee in December of 2020?
She had moved down here in October of 2018.
And the apartment that she was living in Lebanon, Tennessee, do you remember the address?
35205 Barton's Runs Trace in Lebanon.
And how long had she lived in that apartment?
She had moved there in October of 2020.
And had you been to that apartment before?
I had only been to that apartment complex to look at the apartments with her, but I had not actually been to her apartment yet to see it with all of her things in it. I was to go there the following week after she had been killed.
And obviously with you living in Pennsylvania and her living in Tennessee, you weren't able to see her every day. But how often did you talk to Caitlyn?
I talked to Caitlyn every single day. When Caitlyn worked, we would talk on her way to work and on her way home from work. And then on her days off, we would talk upwards of 8 times a day, and we would FaceTime constantly, so it really wasn't as if she was gone, because I would see her all the time.
And that Thursday, December 3rd of 2020, did you talk to her that day?
I did. I spoke with her in the morning on her way home from work, and then I spoke with her that evening on her way to work. She had called It was about 5:45 my time, which would be 5:45 your time. And we talked till about, it was just right before 7 o'clock my time, which would be 6 o'clock your time. And I asked her if it would be okay if I got off the phone because I wanted to go into the store to get a card. I wanted to go to get her a Christmas card because I was coming the following week to visit her. We had made plans. I was going to meet her friends for the first time. And see her apartment for the first time. And do Christmas shopping and make some Christmas cookies. And I asked her if it would be okay if I got off, and she said that was fine. But I asked her a second time because she hesitated, and typically Caitlyn would hang up first because we talked via Bluetooth. She talked via Bluetooth, but she didn't. So I disconnected that time. I went into the store. I called her back at 7:13 my time, which is 6:13 your time, and there was no answer. I didn't think anything of it because oftentimes she would speak with her girlfriend Macy, and I waited 5 minutes because typically then she would answer. She didn't answer at 6:18. I didn't get alarmed because I knew where she was because I had asked her where she was. I knew that she was on I-440. I asked her about the weather. I knew it was raining. I knew she was nearing her exit. And I knew that that was about the time that she would be going into work at 6:18.
And where did Caitlyn work?
She worked at St. Thomas, Ascension St. Thomas West.
And do you know what time she was supposed to be at work?
7 o'clock. So when I didn't hear from her, I sent her a text at, I believe it was 6:35. I sent her a text and I just said that I was sorry I missed you, sis. I love you. And I'm not sure what else I said.
And what kind of car did your daughter have?
She drove a 2020 Mazda CX-5.
Had you ever ridden in the car with her?
Yes.
And what type of driver was she?
Caitlyn was an excellent driver. She was a very conscientious driver.
And that day when you talked to her on the phone from, I guess, 6:45 your time, 5:45 our time, y'all talked for almost 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of mood was Caitlyn in?
She was fine. She was fine. It was our typical conversation. She sounded absolutely fine. Up until, like I said, up until the end, because she just hesitated and didn't hang up.
And during that call, could you tell that she was talking to you through the Bluetooth
Mm-hmm.
and it was hands-free versus holding her phone? You said that you tried to call her again at 6:18 and didn't get her.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yes, yes.
Which, at some point, you learned what actually happened to your daughter.
Yes.
Can you describe how you found that out and what happened after that last call that you placed at 6:18?
I had received a call later in the evening from Caitlyn's girlfriend Macy, saying, Miss Diane, I don't want to alarm you, but the hospital called and Caitlyn never showed up from work. And I said, Macy, that can't be correct because Caitlyn was on her way to work. And I said, maybe she's on a different floor. Maybe she's just in a different area of the hospital. And she said, no, they locked and she's not here. So I said, well, hold on and let me look at my phone. I'll pull up her location. So I pulled it up and her car was on I-440. And I said, Macy, she's on I-440 and she's not moving. I said, something happened to her. So I immediately thought that maybe someone took her, or that maybe she was involved in an accident and she couldn't move. So then Macy told me that she and her husband were going to go and start traveling towards
or towards Nashville to look for her. I then called another girlfriend of Caitlyn's, Stephanie, and asked her to please go and look for her on 440 to see if she could find her car. And then it was later in the evening that I received a call from Chaplain Glenn from the Metro Nashville Police Department, and he asked me, he introduced himself and he said, Mrs. Kaufman, this is Chaplain Glenn from the Metro Nashville Police Department. Are you home alone? And I said, no, I'm not. I said, Caitlyn's dad is here with me, my husband. He said, Caitlyn, there has been a shooting. And I said, well, please just tell me where Caitlyn is. We'll leave right now and we'll come down. And he said, Mrs. Kaufman, are you sitting down? And I said, please do not tell me that my daughter is dead. And he said, Mrs. Kaufman, Caitlyn was fatally injured and she is dead. And then he just explained to me that I would be receiving several additional calls, that Sergeant Dickerson would be reaching out to me, that the medical examiner's office would be reaching out to me to let me know where Caitlyn's body was.
And Ms. Kaufman, you've described that you talked to
I'm sorry.
Ms. Kaufman, you described that you talked to Caitlyn on the phone every day and that you FaceTimed with her. Did you ever use Facebook Messenger? Was that something you were familiar with?
I was not familiar with it.
And since this happened, have you learned anything about Facebook Messenger?
Since Caitlyn's passing, I have learned a little bit about it. I do know that one of the nurses, one of Caitlyn's co-workers, did reach out to me that evening to let me know that Caitlyn didn't make it to work and that they were concerned, and asked if there was anyone that I knew in the area that could go and look for her. But I never got that message until days later.
And when you figured out how to check for that message, did you have many messages?
I did. I had several.
And is that something that you use today?
I do use it sometimes, but not often.
And in December of 2020, is it fair to say that you were not using Facebook Messenger?
Oh, not at all.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. I don't have any other questions.
Oh, thank you.
Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Jessica Dunn.
Jessica Dunn?
And if you would, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Ms. Dunn, I know you are very soft-spoken, so if you get close to the microphone, you might even be able to pull it towards you a little bit if it's not anchored down. And could you tell us your name?
Jessica Dunn.
Okay, maybe pull it a little bit closer. And how do you spell your last name?
D-U-N-N.
Ms. Dunn, how are you employed?
I'm a registered nurse at St. Thomas.
And I know there may be more than one St. Thomas. Is there any one particular?
St. Thomas West in the ICU.
How long have you worked there?
Since July of 2018.
Have you had the same shift since you started?
Yes, I worked night shift the whole time up until about December of this past year. I started doing day shift.
Right. So in December of 2020, would you have been working the night shift?
Yes, I would have.
And what are those hours?
We clock in at 6:45 p.m. and we clock out at 7:15 a.m.
And during that shift, is there a lunch hour break time?
We really can eat whenever we would like. We get a 30-minute lunch break.
So just depending upon the work and
Yes,
what
depending
needs to be
just
done.
when we have time to go.
And during the course of your employment, did you get to know a young lady named Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did y'all meet?
So she started working there at the end of 2018, and the way we do orientation, you get to go to different units and do different things and decide what you like. And she, at the end of her orientation, ended up in the ICU that I work in. And when she came to night shift, I became friends with her. It was about the first of the summer in 2019 when we really became friends.
And just so that we're talking about the same person, could I ask that she be passed Exhibit 1? Ms. Dunn, you're being handed what has been introduced as our Exhibit 1. If you would look at what is in that folder and tell us if you recognize the person in that photograph.
Yes, that's Caitlyn.
And during the course of the the short time that you were together, did you always work the same shift?
Yes, we did.
Once that became the
Yes.
ICU
Mm-hmm.
nurse? And you say y'all got to be friends as well as coworkers, is that correct?
Yes, we would do things outside of work as well, go to dinner as a group or go out or get brunch in the mornings.
All right. Did you get to know Caitlyn Kaufman's habit with respect to coming to work? Did she come to work day in and day out?
Yes, she was typically early to work. I've never known her to be late at all. She definitely didn't never show up to work. She was always there.
And you say that you had a clock-in time of 6:45. and that Caitlyn Kaufman was generally early. About what time would she normally arrive?
I would say probably, 6:30 to 6:40, she would probably be there.
Okay. And is there any sort of routine that occurs when the shift starts?
We go to huddle first, where we just talk about new things or things that we need to know. We do that about from 6:45 to 7, and then 7 o'clock we go on to the unit. Sometimes a little before, but around that time.
Okay. And when you say a huddle, how many people would that normally?
It would be everyone working in the ICU that night would be in the same room.
Okay. Do you recall the events of December 3rd, 2020?
I did.
Did you work the night shift, which would have been December the 2nd, into the morning of December the 3rd?
I did.
And did Caitlyn Kaufman work that shift?
She did. We worked right beside each other that night.
And when that shift ended, did you leave work as it was any other routine day?
She did. We actually had a short conversation at the end of that shift, and it had been a very busy shift, and we didn't get to have lunch that night, and we typically would eat lunch together at the same time just to catch up. So we had a conversation about how we didn't get to do that, and we would be sure to do it the night that we came in. And so she said, "I'll see you tonight."
And given the way the shift works, it would have been that same day,
It would have.
just that evening.
Yes,
And was that the last time that you saw Caitlyn Kaufman alive?
it was.
Did you, after you left the hospital, left your shift, did you see her or talk to her any during the day? that day?
No, we would be asleep.
Right.
So I didn't speak with her.
Right. So did you arrive at work that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you might have arrived?
I'm normally right on time, so I was there at about 6:45.
That's what I was going to ask. So when you got there, was Caitlyn Kaufman there?
No, she was not.
The fact that she was not there at that time, did that set off any alarms or anything in particular?
In huddle, it was definitely odd that she wasn't there. And once we got onto the unit, I became very worried. I told several of my other coworkers and our team leader, who would be in charge of our whole ICU, that she hadn't shown up, and that I was trying to get in contact with her to see if she was okay.
I was going to ask about that, with trying to get in contact with her. How did you go about doing that?
I tried to call her and she didn't answer. So I had other people on the unit try to call her as well. I contacted some friends, mutual friends that weren't at work, to see if they could call around and get in contact with anyone that, or maybe they could go to her house, see if she was there, because I was also working and trying to find her. I had messaged her mom on Facebook because I didn't have her cell phone number, and I had tried to get in contact with her best friend that worked a different shift, because I figured she probably either had a key to her house or had her location or something that we could figure out where she was.
Now, when you say you messaged Caitlyn's mother, did you receive any response?
No, and I figured she just didn't see it, so that's why I was trying to really get in contact with anyone. And I figured Macy, her best friend, would have her mom's number, so I really was trying to get in contact with her, and we eventually did get in contact with her.
And what sort of time frame are we talking about? The huddle is at 6:45. Caitlyn's not there.
We probably began at 7. We kind of waited around a little to see if she would just show up, and then we started looking for her right away. I didn't message her mom until a little bit later because I didn't want to worry her if she, if something nothing serious was going on. But we were calling hospitals all over Nashville just to make sure she didn't have a car wreck or something, because that's what we thought might have happened. So we were calling around all night trying to see if she was anywhere.
Okay. And I believe you said at some point you contacted Macy to ask her to, about what time was that, if you recall?
I really don't remember exactly what time it was.
All right. And did you stay, though, in contact with Macy and the other individuals?
Yes, Macy was sending updates and to one of my friends who wasn't at work, and she was just sending them to all of us in a group message. We were short-staffed that night, so it was very busy, so I was trying to keep up with, the information as much as I could while also taking care of patients. So, but she was giving us updates the whole time.
And was there anything even above and beyond the regular shift that was supposed to happen that evening that Caitlyn would have been involved in?
Caitlyn she had a orientee. She was precepting a younger nurse. Typically they have people that are very high performing be preceptors, and Caitlyn was. So she had a younger nurse under her that night that was also very worried when she didn't show up, because she had been with her and knew that she would be there.
And during this time, you referenced thought she might have been in a car accident. Did you check around with the police departments? And I know you were working, but throughout the context of the people who were concerned about her, checking with police departments, hospitals?
I think it was, I don't know, I think it was Macy that had called the police department, but I'm not sure. I know someone did, but I don't think anyone was able to get any type of information.
Do you recall when you found out that she had been located?
Macy had said she had come up on a scene of an accident, but no one would tell her what had happened. And 2 detectives came to the hospital, and I spoke with them, and they asked us a few questions. It didn't really give us a whole lot of information other than something had happened. And they gave us their cards, and they were homicide detectives. So that's when I kind of realized that she had been killed. And then I didn't learn how until the news that morning came on. So we had to get everyone from the unit together and kind of tell them, that it was her, because everyone knew we were looking for her, and then the news is always on in the mornings in the patients' rooms.
Did you know where Caitlyn lived as of December the 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
In Lebanon.
Had you ever visited at her apartment?
I hadn't been to her apartment in Lebanon since she had moved there.
Okay, so this was a fairly recent event?
It was, I think, the start of the fall when she moved to Lebanon. She had previously lived in the apartment across from my apartment, so we had said we were going to make the trip out there to see her, but we never got the chance to. So, but it was fairly recent, from December.
Okay. And did you know what type of vehicle Caitlyn drove?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I knew it was a smaller SUV because I had been in it before, at like a silver gray color. I'm not good with the names of cars, so I don't exactly know the model or make.
You have just a moment, John. Those are my questions, John. Thank you.
Just got a question, John.
No, Your Honor.
Just for a second.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a really short recess, maybe let you get you some did they have some fresh coffee for y'all this morning? Get y'all some coffee, some water, stretch your legs, okay? Now remember, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone during the break. This will be a really short one, okay?
All rise.
Okay, how much time are we talking?
We just need a couple of minutes and then we should be able to call our next 4 witnesses in succession. Which
Okay.
should get us to the lunch break.
All right, so we'll take a short recess.
Thank you.
bring out Mr. Hill or Mr. Cowan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just sure, for the court's reference, we have some photographs that will be introduced through the next couple of witnesses, but they've all mentioned defense counsel.
That's correct.
Everybody's okay with it.
Okay.
So nothing will.
All right, who's your next witness?
The next witness is Officer Brian Thompson.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and line the jury up. We'll get the jury lined up, and then we'll bring in Officer Thompson. General, you have, I guess you have hard copies of photographs that you're gonna submit,
They'll all be
but
published.
but they're gonna be published by way of, on your computer.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you need the computer or I guess you need the computer then.
Yes.
Now, I don't know that that's is that the computer that's connected?
I'm gonna get it.
Okay, very good. All good.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury hearing the trial are back in the courtroom after that break, and it is 10:24. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state's next witness is Sergeant Brian Thompson.
Sergeant Brian Thompson.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Sergeant Thompson, could you please state your full name for the record?
Brian Thompson,
Where are you employed?
Metro Parks Police.
And can you kind of describe what that job means, being a Metro Parks police officer?
Conducting law enforcement, public safety, the normal police job.
And how long have you been with the Metro Parks Police?
About 18 years.
And what was your position in December of 2020?
I was just officer.
And what were your duties at that time of December 2020? Where were you assigned?
I'm sorry?
I said, where were you assigned?
I was in Antioch.
And on December 3rd of 2020, were you working around just before, I guess, 9 p.m. that Thursday night?
Yes, I was.
And could you describe, I guess, the scene that you came upon right before 9 o'clock that night?
I was heading westbound on 440, and I saw a vehicle in the right shoulder. As I got closer to the vehicle, I saw that the vehicle was actually touching the guardrail. I initiated my emergency equipment. When I exited my patrol car and started approaching the vehicle, I saw that the rear driver's side window was shattered. And I was able to see the driver in the driver's seat. I could tell the female driver, her head was slumped over to the right towards her shoulder. I did try to lean in the window and get her attention by saying, ma'am, ma'am, and she had no response. As I made my way further down the car, I saw that they were what appeared to be bullet holes in the front left fender of the vehicle and also in the driver window.
And so the window that you were describing that you leaned in saying, ma'am, was that back driver window that was shattered?
Yes, it was.
And when you came upon the scene, where did you position your vehicle?
At that point of time, I was right behind it.
And as you approached the vehicle, was her vehicle running?
Yes, it was. It was running.
And you described that you tried to get her attention, but she did not respond. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at that point?
After I noticed the bullet holes in the vehicle, I called for other officers. I also called for ambulance. I was able to see through the window that the vehicle was still running, it was still in drive, and her foot was still on the brake pedal. So I went back to my patrol car and I moved my patrol car in front of hers, you know, just in case her foot came off the brake so the vehicle wouldn't travel down the interstate.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a single photograph. Sergeant Thompson, you've just been handed a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that image?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
The front vehicle is my patrol car when I moved it to put in front of hers so to keep it stationary if her foot came off the brake. The vehicle in the rear is the victim's vehicle.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask permission, or I would actually ask to introduce that photograph as the next numbered exhibit and also ask permission to publish it to the jury. Sergeant Thompson, that image is on the screen. In this image, her vehicle appears to be touching your vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that something that happened after kind of the incident that you've just described?
Repeat that one more time.
When you pulled up, her vehicle was not touching yours, correct?
No, it wasn't.
Is that something that happened after she was removed from the vehicle?
That is correct.
Thank you. Sergeant Thompson, were you still there when other officers responded to that scene?
I was.
And did you stay there for some amount of time while officers responded and the ambulance responded?
I did, yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that you left?
It was, I want to say close to midnight.
And Sergeant Thompson, this location off of I-440, that is here in Nashville, Davidson County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Sergeant. I don't have any other questions.
No questions.
Okay, counsel for Mr. Hill. Thank you so much, Sergeant Thompson. We'll just take it a step down. I'm going to release Sergeant Thompson from his subpoena unless anybody intends to speak to the call. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Turn it off. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Corey Stratton.
Officer Stratton.
Sir, if you will raise the
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your full name?
It's Corey Stratton, CoreyStratton.
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
2.5 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a patrol officer in the Midtown Hills precinct.
And what is a patrol officer?
My primary job is to respond to calls for service. So if a citizen picks up the phone and calls 911, then that call is dispatched to me.
And what was your assignment on December 3rd of 2020?
I was a patrol in the Midtown Hills precinct.
And on that date, on December 3rd of 2020, did you respond to a dispatch to Interstate I-440?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 8:50, I believe.
And can you describe exactly where you responded to on the interstate?
So it was I-440 westbound in between 21st Avenue South on-ramp, and the next exit would have been West End.
And do you know why you were dispatched to that location?
I was notified by my dispatch that a parks officer who was operating on a different radio channel was out with a disabled vehicle that he believed was involved in a shooting.
So when you arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I arrived on scene, believing that there was a shooting involved, I pulled up on the shoulder right behind Caitlyn's vehicle. Once I got there, I went to my trunk and I took out a bag of some medical supplies. As I approached her vehicle, I saw that there were bullet holes just stretching the side of it. I saw the parks officer, Thompson, standing by the driver's side. As I got to the driver's side window, I could see Caitlyn unresponsive in the front passenger seat. There was a bullet hole in the lower driver's side window, and in line with it, there was a tear in her scrubs on her left arm. There was no bleeding, and I couldn't see any other injuries, but she was unresponsive.
Okay. And you mentioned that there were bullet holes that you saw stretching the side of her vehicle. Which side of her vehicle?
It was on the driver's side, stretching all the way from the front headlight all the way to the back window.
And you stated that when you arrived that the victim, she was unresponsive?
Yes.
Okay. And that you said you noticed a tear on her. Can you just kind of describe that a little bit more?
Yeah, so in line with the bullet hole in her driver's side window, there was just a tear or a perforation in the scrub that she was wearing on her left shoulder, which appeared to be a gunshot wound, but it wasn't bleeding.
And while you were there, I know you mentioned Officer Thompson was there, now Sergeant Thompson, but did any other officers arrive while you were there?
Shortly after I arrived, another parks officer, Officer Harden, he arrived shortly after I did.
And once you tried to make contact with Ms. Kaufman, what did you do next?
Being that she was unresponsive and I was unable to determine her status, I tried to open her driver's side door, but it was locked. The back window had been mostly shot out, so I broke the rest of that window. I reached into the inside of the back passenger door, back driver's side door, and unlocked it from the inside. I then opened the door, went into the back seat. I reached around Caitlyn, took off her seatbelt, and unlocked the driver's side of her door. Once that was done, I got back out of the vehicle, opened her driver's side door. I picked Caitlyn up, and I dragged her to the back of her car so that we could lay her down and do a proper triage. Not seeing any blood or any major indication of injury. I wasn't sure why she was unresponsive. Seeing the injury to her left arm, I immediately applied a tourniquet to that. Once that was done, myself and Officer Harden began removing her scrubs, looking for any other injury that would be responsible for her state of being unresponsive.
And you mentioned that once she was out of the vehicle, you started doing triage. Can you describe just what that is?
Yes, so when you're suspecting some type of a gunshot wound, the first thing you want to do is just stop the bleeding. So immediately apply the tourniquet to her left arm. Once that was done, and the fact that we still couldn't find any other injuries, we began cutting away her clothes, looking for any other injury that would be responsible for her state. So like checking her entire body, looking for anything else, or she might have been hit by a fragment or a ricochet. And finding nothing else, I then began CPR on her.
And so at that time, the only injury that you saw was on her left shoulder, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any time, did she ever become responsive
No.
during this? And so once she was out of the vehicle and you were performing the triage, kind of what happened next?
I started performing CPR on Caitlyn. At that point, paramedics had arrived on scene, and I turned over the patient care to them.
And as you mentioned earlier that you removed her from the vehicle, did anything happen when you removed her from her vehicle?
Yes, when I removed her when I pulled Caitlyn from the car, I didn't realize that her vehicle was still in drive. So as her foot came off the brake, it actually rolled forward a few feet, and it struck Sergeant Thompson's vehicle that was parked in front of it.
And then you said at some point, you said either the Nashville Fire Department or emergency medical professionals?
Yes,
arrived?
Nashville Fire Department paramedics arrived on scene and took over patient care.
Okay. And then while that was happening, what were you doing?
Once they took over the care of her, I transitioned to trying to secure the crime scene. As far as blocking off the interstate, so helping to coordinate with TDOT and other police to shut down the interstate so that we could walk it and look for shell casings.
And so you said that the Nashville Fire Department arrived and took over her care. Did you observe them while they were providing care to her?
Yes.
Okay. And were they able to make any determination about her state at that point?
Yes, they ran an EKG strip, I believe, on her, and finding that she had no heartbeat or vital signs, they pronounced her dead.
So they pronounced her deceased at the scene?
Yes.
And so how long did you remain on the scene?
I remained there until we finally opened up the interstate, which would have been after 1 o'clock in the morning.
So you were there till at least about 1 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did all this occur here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Officer Stratton. I don't have any further questions.
No questions.
Okay,
Officer Stratton, you told us that you, at the time, were working patrol for the Midtown Hills
Yes.
part of MNPD. Okay. So I want to ask you a couple of questions just about the layout of 440 there. Okay. That's part of your regular sort of patrol area, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that interstate.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the stretch between sort of the 21st Avenue exit and the West End Avenue exit.
Yes.
So between that area, there are 4 lanes of travel. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so there are 3 of the regular lanes of travel, right?
Yes.
And then there is an emerging lane that comes off of the 21st Avenue Hillsborough exit that enters into 440 at that part.
Correct.
Okay. I may not be explaining it well, but let me know if you're following me. Okay.
Oh, I'm following.
Okay, great. So that merging lane actually becomes then the exit-only lane for West End Avenue.
Yes.
So that merging lane never goes away, I guess. It just turns into the exit-only lane.
Correct.
Okay. And so if somebody's getting off the West End Avenue exit, they would have to merge right into that exit-only lane.
Do you mean if they're, yeah, oh, yes, I'm understanding, yes.
Okay. I want to talk now about the position of Ms. Kaufman's, well, actually, before I do that, let me back up. I believe in that, for that West End Avenue exit, one of the regular lanes of travel, so the lane of regular travel that is closest to the exit-only lane, you can also exit off of. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It's not an exit-only lane, it continues through, but you can take that exit as well, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to turn now and talk a little bit about the position of Ms. Kaufman's body in her car when you found it. She was upright.
Yes.
She was still seat belted in.
Correct.
You told us that the tear in her clothing lined up with the hole in her window.
Yes.
It appeared that she was in the same position, substantially similar position that she would have been in when she was driving.
Correct.
You didn't have the opportunity to take any photographs before she was removed from the car, right?
Correct.
Your main goal was to see if you could render aid.
Yes.
Right. You did at some point sort of look inside her car, though, right?
Yes, while I was pulling her out, I was inside the car.
You recall that her phone was sitting in the center console.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall that her personal belongings were in the front seat or in the back seat of the car?
I don't. In the moment, I was focused on just trying to get her out of the car, so I don't remember that.
Fair enough. Ms. Kaufman was not holding her phone.
I don't remember.
Okay. I want to talk about what you observed about her car now. You told us about the partially shattered window, the back driver's side window.
Yes.
That window was not shattered to the point where you could reach inside on your own, right?
Correct. But it was enough where I could easily break the rest of it out in order to reach in and get the lock.
But you wouldn't have been able to reach your hand inside without breaking the rest of the window out.
No.
And the car, as you mentioned, was up against the side guardrail, right?
Yes.
You observed a little bit of damage to the right side, to that right front fender.
I never saw that. I was on the driver's side with her, and that side was up against the guardrail, so I wouldn't have had a good view of that.
Now, you mentioned that the car was still running. I assume that means the keys were still in the ignition.
I would assume so.
You are the officer then who also had Ms. Kaufman's car towed. Is that right?
Yes.
You're the one who filled out the towing lot or the tow slip.
Yes.
Right. You knew the car was evidence.
Yes.
You had it towed to the impound lot so that it could be examined for evidence in
Correct.
the case, right? Other than Ms. Kaufman herself, nothing else was removed from the car before it was towed to the impound lot.
Not that I know of, but once I turned over the scene to our homicide unit, our crime scene unit, I'm not sure what job they did.
And the detective, or the lead detective in the case, would have been the one who decided what to do with the car at that point.
Yes.
If I could have just a minute, please, Ron. Those are my questions, thank you.
Okay, anything redirect? Unless anybody intends to recall Officer Stratton, the court releases him from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're released from your subpoena, thank you. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant DeWalt.
Lieutenant DeWalt?
Yes, Your Honor.
questions I can help you guys.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Byron DeWalt, BYRON DEWALT.
By whom are you employed?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the police department?
13 years.
What is your assignment and or rank with the police department at the present time?
Right now, I'm the lieutenant of the North Investigative Unit.
Right. And so were you working with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department the evening hours of December 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, what were your duties at that time?
I was a sergeant assigned to the Homicide Division.
Okay. And as a sergeant with the Homicide Division, what were your duties on December the 3rd?
I supervised a team of 5-6 homicide detectives, and I just ensured that the cases were assigned and handled properly.
Right. And with that supervisory authority, on December the 3rd, were you advised of a situation that had occurred on I-440 here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what time did you become aware that a homicide unit needed to become involved?
I think we were paged out between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock.
Did you yourself go to the scene?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, what did you see? What was the scene like when you pulled up?
When we arrived, we had the Mazda vehicle on the side of the road. There was a couple park police officers had been there, and Metro Patrol officers were there, and they had roped off a couple of the lanes so we could process that crime scene. But it was a Mazda SUV that had bullet holes in it and deceased young lady inside.
And as the sergeant, did you become the scene commander, or were you the scene commander?
Yes, sir, I was.
And as the scene commander, what steps, what responsibilities, and or assignments did you delegate?
As the homicide supervisor, crime scene setup and protection was one of my main objectives. When we got there, we were on I-440 westbound. The patrol units that got there, they hadn't shut down the interstate completely, so we weren't able to walk and canvass the crime scene like we needed to. So one of the things I did as a supervisor would be sure we got in touch with patrol units, TDOT units, to shut down the interstate so we were able to walk that crime scene.
Now, at that time of night, was there traffic on I-440?
Yes, sir. There's always traffic on I-440.
And what did it take to be able to shut that down?
The TDOT help trucks, the big yellow trucks that you see on the interstate, we had to call TDOT to help close a couple lanes, and patrol officers, they blocked off exits to prevent people from getting on I-440 westbound, I think at exit 3, so we could have that whole block of highway to walk that crime scene.
Were there, besides yourself, other homicide detectives there at the time?
Oh, yes, sir.
And did you, as part of your supervisory duties, assign one or more to be the primary investigators in the case?
Yes, sir. Whenever we had a homicide, we had kind of like a rotation, and I knew who was up next, and it was Sergeant Dickerson's time up for that case. And so I assigned it to Sergeant Dickerson.
Okay. Was he already at the scene when you arrived, or was he called in?
Oh, we got there around the same time.
Okay. Given the vehicle where you saw it, was it headed in the regular direction of traffic?
Yes, sir.
And given what you saw of that vehicle, what crime scene area did you begin? You talked a minute ago about walking. Where did you walk?
Yes, sir. One of the places I wanted to focus on was behind the vehicle. So once we got traffic stopped, we started walking behind the vehicle because when the shots were fired, we knew they probably were fired, and then she came to a stop. So the vehicle came to a stop, so we wanted to walk to see if we could find any type of evidence behind the vehicle, also in front of the vehicle.
Okay. So not just behind, but to some extent ahead of the vehicle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And was this after the interstate had been shut down?
Yes, sir, for safety reasons, with 2 lanes of I-440 still being open, you just can't safely process a scene and walk a scene with 50, 60, 70 mile an hour traffic flying by you.
Okay. And it was dark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the weather like?
It was raining that night.
Did you yourself walk behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle or anywhere around the crime scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where did you go?
I want to say the first place myself and a couple of detectives, we started walking behind the vehicle and just started walking the scene, of course looking for any type of cameras that may have picked it up, any type of evidence, shell casings, vehicle parts, something.
Let me just ask, as part of, again, aside assigning now Sergeant Dickerson to the lead in the case, were the crime scene investigators also called in, the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir.
The people who deal with the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did they arrive before or after you did?
I want to say crime scene got there after we did, along with the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And are those branches, well, medical examiner's office, but the crime scene unit, ones that you also interact with?
Yes, sir.
As you were walking and looking for evidence, and you mentioned a minute ago about what in particular you were looking for, and why was that?
Usually whenever we had a homicide and it was gunfire, shell casings. That was one of the main things we were hoping to find. And when we walked behind the car and we was able to stop traffic and canvass the area, that's when we located the shell casings on the ground.
Okay. What did you see, and if you could just give us sort of a rough idea of where they were?
If you were walking, we were walking against traffic, so we were in I-40 westbound, so we were walking eastbound. And to the left hand, close to the shoulder, maybe around the number 3, number 4 lane, we noticed 3 or 4 shell casings on the ground, maybe about, guessing maybe 20, 30 yards behind the car.
Okay. Now, given what I've asked about the crime scene unit and the evidence collectors, did you take them in hand or just point them out to be collected later?
Oh, just to be collected. We never pick them up. That's contaminating the scene.
All right. Did you see anything else or find anything else in the nature of cartridge casings?
No more cartridge casings. We found those 3 or 4 in the lane of travel close to the shoulder. Then after we walked in front of the car, we just found a random black flip style cell phone in the shoulder in front of her vehicle.
Okay. Was there anyone there who claimed to be at that time a witness as to what had happened?
No, sir.
Given that there were no witnesses, no persons there to tell you what had happened, was anything and everything considered to be a possible piece of evidence?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Right. And you say a random cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Where was it?
It was in front of the Mazda, in front of her vehicle. In the shoulder, in the right shoulder, it was a black cell phone just up from the vehicle.
All right. Was it in the grass part or?
No, sir, it was on the pavement.
On the pavement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, did you reach down and pick it up or just?
No, sir, I didn't. I notified crime scene units that we needed that phone collected as well as evidence in the case.
Yeah. And with respect to that, was that one of those of take it, see if it's involved,
Yes,
sort it out later?
Yes, sir. We needed it collected so we could see if this phone was linked to the case, but we had a miscommunication somewhere with that phone. So it didn't get collected that night by crime scene. So the next day, I think Sergeant Dickinson, we were able to go back out to the scene and recanvass the area, and that phone was still there.
Same phone, same place,
Yes, sir.
and at that time, was it collected?
Yes, sir. It was definitely collected at that time.
Do you have any idea approximately how long you would have been there on the scene that evening?
Well, it seemed like they were waiting on the medical examiner, had to have the vehicle towed, crime scene, a few hours.
Okay. Yeah, this is, all right, Lieutenant, since you're not the one that you don't pick up the items, you don't bag them, you don't tag them, correct?
No, sir, I don't do any of that.
Okay, so if there were 3 shell casings collected, would that be how many that were there?
Yes, sir, that's what ID would, crime scene would have collected.
Okay, same thing as, there was 1 cell phone there, 1 was collected.
Yes, sir.
That's what was there.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Those are my questions, Your Honor, thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Lieutenant DeWalt, so you stated that 3 or 4 shell casings were found when you canvassed the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were all of those shell casings found close to each other, if you remember?
Yes, ma'am. To my knowledge, they were kind of all in the same area.
Okay. And those were all 20 to 30 yards behind where Ms. Kaufman's vehicle had come to a stop?
Yes, ma'am, an approximate.
Okay. And if you recall, were those shell casings, were they also off on the shoulder of the road?
They were kind of towards the shoulder and the number 3 or number 4 lane in that area.
And at this point, they would have been on the road for possibly a couple of hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions. Thank you.
No, redirect.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant DeWalt.
Yes, ma'am.
Step down. Unless anybody intends to recall Lieutenant DeWalt, I'm releasing him from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is
Daniel Connor. Danielle Connor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Connor, could you please state your full name for the record?
My first name is Danielle, Danielle, last name Connor, Connor.
And where are you employed, Ms. Connor?
With the Metro Nashville Police Department.
What is your position there?
I am a civilian crime scene investigator.
And can you explain what that means, being a civilian crime scene investigator as opposed to being a Metro Nashville Police Department crime scene investigator?
So our crime scene unit here with Metro Nashville is split. There's some civilians and then some officers in the unit. We both do the same job, which is responding to any crime scenes that we're requested to. That could be fatal shootings or non-lethal shootings, stabbings, overdoses, fatal car wrecks, an array of different crime scenes.
And can you describe that process of how do you process any crime scene? Obviously, they're different.
Yes. Generally, the fundamentals are the same depending on the crime scene. Generally, when we get there, we speak to any officers or detectives on scene to just gain a basic understanding of what's at the scene and who may be involved. From there, we generally do a walkthrough of the scene so that we make our own observations, during which we may take notes. From there, we then will take photographs and document the scene through photographs and also 3D Faro scans if it's a homicide, and then evidence collection from there.
And can you describe what a Faro scan is?
Yes, so a Faro scan is a 3D image of the scene. It's collected through a device known as a Faro scanner. The Faro scanner uses a laser beam and a series of mirrors within it to collect millions of data points around the scene. Those are then put into a point cloud, and using associated software back at our office, we'll render that point cloud into a 3D image of the scene. So I'm not talking like a little model, it's basically a 3D photo. The best I can relate it is if you can think of like maps, like the street view on maps where you put the little yellow man on the street and it like brings up the street and you can turn this way and see the houses on this side of the street and turn this way and see those houses. That's exactly what the 3D Faro scan is, but of the crime scene.
And you said that that is done on all homicide scenes, is that
On
correct?
homicide scenes, yes.
And did you respond on Friday, December 3rd, 2020 to a scene on I-440 near mile marker 2?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that incident? How were you notified about it?
The crime scene sergeant at the time, Sergeant Reddick, had called me actually in early to work the scene at that location.
And when you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
I had spoken with Sergeant Reddick, and he informed me of the details that had already been provided to him. And I also spoke to Officer Stratton on what he had observed and what he had done prior to my arrival.
And that information, is that necessary in order for you to make decisions about how to process any individual scene?
Sometimes, yes, it's helpful to kind of give us kind of a direction of possibly where to look for evidence and what type of scene we have. This being a homicide, therefore, we would require and do a Faro scan.
And the Faro scan, was it done at this particular scene?
Yes, it was.
And when we refer to that, I was referring to it singular as a Faro scan. Are there typically, depending on the area, multiple scans that are done and then they're basically combined into one viewable product?
Yes, so this being a longer scene, the Faro scan was set up on one end and then we'll move it every so many steps and do another scan. That way they overlap and it'll all be a clear view stitched together.
And while the Faro scan can be really helpful, this particular scene, were the scans, I guess, could you describe how useful they were?
This scene, because it was very dark out there and raining heavily, the sergeant that had conducted them had used an umbrella over it to protect the equipment. So it kind of puts a cover almost over the top of the 360 view. And depending on who runs it, they may have done it in black or white or color. Being that it was a dark scene and there wasn't a lot of color on the scene, I believe this one was done in black and white. So it kind of limits the viewing of it.
Is it fair to say it's not the best image?
Not the best.
And as part of your processing of that scene, did you take photographs?
I did.
And did you take multiple photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a set of 59 photographs. They have been pre-marked A through triple G. Ms. Connor, if you could take a look at the photographs that were just handed to you. Do you recognize those?
Yes, they're the photos I took at the scene.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those photographs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 3.
Yes.
And that would be A through triple G. And I have those available digitally if I may have permission to begin to publish those to the jury. Ms. Connor, we have Exhibit 3A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
Yes, so this is the first photo generally taken at any of our crime scenes. It's known as a photo work order card. As you can see, it'll give the date, the time I'm starting these photographs, the complaint number, which is individualized for each incident, the type of call, the victim, if they're known, and then the location, and then my name's at the bottom.
And the type of call, there are numbers there. Can you explain what that means?
So a 1052/64, 52 is a shooting, and a 64 is a death, so it's a shooting death.
This is Exhibit 3B. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is mile marker 2, so this is just showing that location of where I'm taking those photographs.
And Exhibit 3C, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, that's a close-up, and then mile marker 2 is the overpass, basically there, the Sharondale overpass.
And you said the Sharondale.
Mhm.
So that actually goes over the interstate.
Correct. Mhm.
And this next image, which is Exhibit 3D.
So this is a photo kind of far back from the scene. Beyond that overpass scene in this photo, where kind of all the little lights are, is where the victim's vehicle would have been.
Which you should be able to touch your screen so that you can indicate for the jury the area that you're referring to.
Yeah, so the victim's vehicle was located over here beyond the overpass.
And there is an item that's a little blurry that is, I've just marked with a blue mark, kind of in the middle bottom part of that image. Can you describe what that is?
So that little yellow image is a placard, an evidence placard. That was, I believe, evidence marker 3, which would have been the farthest that we had found from that vehicle.
This next image is 3E. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer view. I'm walking now towards the victim's vehicle, so we have that same overpass and the vehicle off to the right there.
And these images are taken after they've already closed the interstate. Is that correct?
Yes. Mhm.
And this next image is 3F.
This is the front of the two vehicles that were on scene or involved when I got there. The front sedan, the Chevy, was the parks officer, and then the back, the dark gray SUV back here, was the victim's vehicle.
And the next image is 3G.
This is another photograph of those same two vehicles. Here I'm trying to show how the two vehicles are in contact.
And as you arrived, this is how the vehicles appeared. Is that correct?
Yes, this is how they were when I arrived on scene.
And the next image, which is 3H.
This is a closer up photograph of the front of the victim's vehicle, where you can still see the parks officer's car.
And the next image, which is 3I.
So generally when I photograph vehicles, I'll photograph all the way around, so each side, each corner. So this is working around the vehicle, showing that the passenger side was up against the guardrail.
And 3J.
This is the photograph of the passenger side against the guardrail, also showing that there were no defects to this side of the vehicle.
And this vehicle, while it's kind of next to that guardrail, is it crashed into the guardrail in any way?
No, it kind of seemed like it was slid or parked like right along it, but beyond like maybe a little scratch on the front bumper, there was no denting that I observed how it was here.
And the next image is 3K. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is the back passenger side of the vehicle.
And again, were there any defects or anything of note on this area of the vehicle?
Not that I had observed.
And 3L, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the rear of the vehicle, documenting the license plate and any defects, which I did not observe any on the back.
And 3M?
This is moving again around the vehicle to the rear driver's side, still showing the back, but also showing how the driver's side is with the door open and a sandal laying on the ground.
And in this image, can you describe what you found here in this back seat driver window?
Yeah, the rear driver window when I arrived on scene was broken out, and Officer Stratton had advised that he had done that when he had arrived on scene.
And did he say it was already broken when he arrived, but broke it out further?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 3N.
So this is showing the front driver's side and the exterior of the driver door. You're also able to view several defects from this photo. There was one in the driver window, the A-pillar, and then one to the above the driver headlight here. There was one, I think, down here to the trim above the driver wheel.
And did you take additional photos very specifically of all of those defects?
Yes.
And this image actually has a black box that's in it. Is that how the image was when you took the photograph?
No, ma'am.
And is that a redaction that we have done?
It is.
And the next image, which is 3O. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is the full driver side of the vehicle, again showing that the door was open. That's how it was when I arrived on scene. And there was one sandal laying outside the door. Again, you can see that the rear driver window is busted out.
And the next image, which is 3P.
This is a closer up image of that busted out rear driver window, and below it you can start to see a defect below that window on the trim.
And the next image, which is 3Q.
This is a close-up of that defect on the rear driver window trim that I had just mentioned.
And the next image, which is 3R.
So this is looking through that broken window. You can still see the defect on the exterior, and then what I observed through the broken window to be another defect to the side of the front passenger seat.
And the next image, which is 3S.
That's a close-up of that defect I just talked about that's on the side of the front passenger seat.
And the defect you're referring to, I've just circled it in blue. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image is 3T. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing the interior of the driver door. Again, you can see that defect I mentioned earlier in the window, and then starting to see into the vehicle where there's a matching sandal on the driver floorboard.
And the next image, which is 3U.
This is showing into the driver compartment through the open door, that sandal, and then you can see a phone cord that's on the center console area.
And the next image, which is 3B.
Yeah, this I'm documenting the sandal on the floorboard and the driver's seat along with the frame of the driver door, showing that I did not observe any blood in the vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3W.
This was a cell phone that was plugged in, laying there near the center console, like gear shift area.
And is that how that phone was at the time that you arrived at the scene?
When I arrived, that's exactly how it was, yes.
And the next image, which is 3Y.
This is that front screen of that phone. When I picked it up, that was the front screen.
And did you collect that phone yourself?
I had photographed it, and then Detective Dickerson had taken possession of it.
And the next image, which is 3Z.
This is the front passenger seat with the victim's wallet or work ID badge there.
And the next image, which is 3AA.
The interior side of the driver door with the defect in the window, showing that there were no other defects to that interior side.
And the next image is 3BB.
This is the exterior side of the driver door.
And the next image, which is 3C.
This is the defect to the window on the driver door, a close-up photograph of it.
And the next image, which is 3D.
This is a photograph showing a defect to the driver A-pillar.
And could you describe what you mean by A-pillar?
It's that framing on that front side between the windshield and the driver door.
And the next image, which is 3E.
Here I'm starting to take photographs where all the defects I had located are marked with little L scales, and then also a height rod to show the height of the defects off the ground as the vehicle currently is.
And can you explain why that's done?
It's done to, one, show the height of the defects from the ground, but due to the fact that if this vehicle was not in that current position when it was struck by the bullet, there might be a height discrepancy due to the fact that here she's up possibly slightly more on the passenger side, angling the vehicle. So this is an approximate height. It's not necessarily the exact height of when that defect hit that car.
And in doing any type of crime scene processing, is having the actual object that was struck by any type of gunfire in the same position as when it was struck important?
Yes, having a moving vehicle possibly not be in the same spot. There's a lot of factors that play into the actual height and trajectory of those defects.
And the next image, which is 3FF.
So this is a closer up view of that previous image, showing the approximate height of what I labeled as defect 1, which was the defect to the lower trim of the rear driver window.
And the next image, which is 3GG.
That's a close-up of that same defect as I had labeled as defect 1.
And can you describe kind of that actual defect as it relates to maybe some of the other defects in the vehicle?
Yes, this one, as you can see, appears more circular. Sometimes it's dependent on the material that is struck by the bullet. As it's more circular, to me, that means it was struck at a near 90-degree angle without actually doing like a trajectory analysis on it. I can't say if it was 88 degrees or 90 degrees, but as a bullet strikes a surface at an increased or a decreased angle, so as you go more from 90 to like 60 or 45, as it becomes a lesser angle, the defects will appear more in an elliptical shape. So from this, to me, it's a near 90 degree or straight shot.
And the next image, which is 3HH.
So this is moving the height rod onto the next defect, which is the one to the driver window that I had labeled as defect 2.
And the next image, which is 3II.
That's a close-up of that defect 2 with the height rod. So it's approximately 3.9 feet off the ground as the car currently sat.
And the next image, which is 3JJ.
That's a close-up of that defect with the scale labeled defect 2.
And again, what, if anything, can you say about this bullet defect?
Again, to me, it appears to be more a 90 degree. Again, being glass, it changes a little bit. But you can see that from this photo, one side, the side that is struck will always be a flatter surface, and then the exterior side that's exiting through will be more of a beveled, so that's something we also look at.
And so in processing any crime scene, when there's a bullet strike to glass, are you analyzing that to determine if it went into the glass or out of the glass?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to determine which direction this bullet
From looking at it on the scene, it appeared that it had gone from the outside into the vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3KK.
This is moving on to the next defect, which I labeled as defect 3, which was to the driver A-pillar.
And you've labeled these 1, 2, 3 through 6. The numbering, does that have any import?
No, so I just did it from back to front of the vehicle. It's not saying that that's the order in which they were fired or that had struck the vehicle. This is just the order I had numbered them in.
And the next image, which is 3LL.
Yes, so this is a closer up image of what I labeled as defect 3 to the driver A-pillar.
And does that have the height rod as the vehicle was at the time that you processed it?
Yes, so approximately between 4.3 and 4.4 feet off the ground.
And could you describe this bullet defect?
Yes, so as you can see, this one appears a little more elliptical in shape. Again, though, because that surface that is struck is a rounded surface, that can also play into the shape of the defect.
And the next image, which is 3MM, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is another angle of that same defect showing that the windshield near it was slightly shattered.
And the next image, which is 3NN.
So this is a close-up of that same defect, defect 3 to the A-pillar on the driver's side.
And the next image, which is 300.
So this is moving again to the next defect, which is, I think I used the same height rod for defect 5 and defect 4. Defect 4 is the one above the headlight, and defect 5 is the one to the plastic trim around the driver front wheel.
And the next image, which is 3PP.
Yes, so this is a closer up image of defect 4, which is to the front driver quarter panel above the headlight.
And can you describe this bullet defect?
Yes, so again, this one appears more to be elliptical. Again, that part of the car is rounded, so that can play into the shape of it. But from looking at it, it's coming from the outside into the vehicle, from the front of the vehicle more towards the back, or driver's side towards passenger side.
And the next image, which is 3QQ.
Yes, so this is a close-up of that image. So this should be the hood line here. Looking at this, I can tell that it's a fresher or a more recent defect due to the fact that the paint chip is still attached to the vehicle. This also, looking at this part, indicates that the bullet had gone in that direction.
And what is it about that defect that allows you to make that determination?
This part right here.
And can you explain what that part right there that you just circled is?
It pretty much tells me that as the bullet hit the metal, it hit right there and then went into that metal.
And is that based on your training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 3RR.
So this is defect 5, which is to the trim above the front driver tire, which I labeled as defect 5.
And does this also have the height rod?
Yes, it does.
And the next image, which is 3SS.
This is a close-up of that same image.
And the next image, which is 3TT.
So this is a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle after I had closed the driver door without any of the height rods, so just the full view of the driver's side of the vehicle.
And are you able to see all 5 of the defects that we've already looked at images of and you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 3W.
This image I'm taking to show the contact between the parks officer's vehicle and the victim's vehicle prior to the parks officer moving his car away.
And the next image, which is W.
So here the parks officer had moved his car forward so we could see that area of the victim's vehicle in which I had then observed a dent to the front driver bumper of the victim's vehicle, as well as another defect.
And that dent, did that appear to be consistent with the contact with Officer Thompson's car?
It appeared to be in the same spot that the victim's vehicle had contacted the rear passenger of that officer's vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3XX, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing that after the parks officer had moved his vehicle, I had located a 6th defect to the front driver bumper of the vehicle. They're labeled with the little scale as D6 or defect 6.
And the next image, which is 3YY.
That's a close-up of that defect.
And the next image is 3ZZ. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing the front driver side relating defect 6 back to the previous defects.
And this next image, which is 3AAA.
So here we've moved away from the vehicle, and I'm photographing the evidence that I found on the roadway. This is, again, that evidence marker 3, which is going to be a fire cartridge case. This is looking back from the direction that the vehicle had come. So this is, I believe it's Woodlawn Drive overpass. So this is behind the victim's vehicle.
And did other officers kind of canvass and look for casings while you were processing the victim's vehicle?
Yes, initially while I was doing the vehicle, the detectives had done a line search, which means exactly that. They got in a line down the width of the interstate and walked at a pace, searching all the lanes to find evidence. When I was done, I also researched the area several times.
And so any casings that were located by other officers, you were notified about, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is evidence marker number 3.
Yes, correct.
And this next image, which is 3BBB, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is a close-up of that cartridge case that was marked with the little tent as evidence marker 3. I believe it was a 9mm cartridge case, WCC 90 brand.
And this next image, which is 3CCC, can you describe what's shown here?
So again, we have that same little evidence marker here, but this time I've turned around and we're facing towards the victim's vehicle that's up past the Sharondale overpass.
And can you kind of describe what you can and cannot say about the location of any cartridge case that is found at any scene of any shooting?
Yeah, so when we locate the cartridge cases on a scene, where we mark them as found is not necessarily 100% where they originally landed. So in this case, you'll see that all of them will be along the right shoulder. Many factors play into the movement of the casings from the time they first contacted the ground from being fired to when I arrive on scene. For example, this case, you have the rain, so they could have been washed towards one way down a drain or towards the right shoulder. You also have an extensive amount of time from when it is believed the incident occurred to when I arrived on scene at 10:30, with that being a busy, wide roadway. They could have been pushed by vehicle tires, or some of the casings could have been picked up by tires and taken away from that scene. Also, when a casing is first fired and ejected out of the firearm and hits the ground, it could bounce to a different location.
And again, the markers of 3, 2, and 1, those are random, is that correct?
Yes, I started one closest to the victim's vehicle and walked in the direction that the vehicle had originally come from. So 3 is the farthest away and 1 will be the closest to her vehicle.
And the next image is 3DDD.
So these are the other 2 cartridge casings that have been located. One labeled evidence marker 2 and the other labeled evidence marker 1, both on the right shoulder, both 9mm cartridge casings.
And the next image is 3EEE.
So this is a close-up of the cartridge case that I had marked as evidence marker 2.
And the next image, which is 3FFF.
I believe that's an even closer photo of that same image.
And the next image, which is 3GGG.
So this is looking back the other way. So her car is kind of behind what we'd be in the photo, and 2 is from the direction she had, or her vehicle had traveled.
And the next image, which is 3HHH.
So this is a closer-up image of the cartridge case that I have marked as evidence marker 1.
And Judge, I need to make a correction. I stated earlier it was A through triple G. It's actually A through triple H that we introduced. So I believe there's 60 photos because we added one. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, at the break, I can determine that for them. Yeah. Ms. Connor, you've described the processing that you did with the photographs. Do you do anything else at a scene?
So yeah, so we do photographs along with the Faro scan, which I mentioned. Eventually I'll collect those 3 cartridge casings, and on homicide scenes we create a diagram of the scene as well with the Faro scans.
And did you do that for this scene?
I did.
And you're about to be handed an item. If you can take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
The diagram of the scene.
And is that the one that you created?
Yes, it is.
And do you take measurements in order to create that diagram?
I do.
And so is that done to scale?
No, it's approximate.
And can you kind of describe that process that you go through?
Yes, so on this scene in particular, the scene was, as you can see from the photographs, very spread out from cartridge case 3 all the way to the victim's vehicle. To take that measurement, I used one of those rolly measure wheels that you roll down the street with. So it's a very approximate measurement as the wheel kind of goes all over a little bit as you're rolling down the very wet roadway. And then from there, I took the measurement from the victim's vehicle to cartridge 3, and then cartridge casing 2, and cartridge casing 1. And to place those back into the scene, I took measurements. There was a rock wall there kind of along her vehicle that ended a little past cartridge casing 3. So to place this back in that scene or in that location, I measured her vehicle to the end of the rock wall, and then I measured all the casings to the white line that they were near and the rock wall distance.
And so the diagram is supposed to give you an approximate distance, but it is not done exactly to scale. Is that correct?
Right. It's kind of an approximate measurement of like a bird's eye view of the scene. So it'll be like we're looking down on the overall scene.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 4. Yes. And may I publish that to the jury? Yes. And Ms. Connor, is this the diagram that you created that you've just described?
Yes, it is.
And could you point out the victim's vehicle as well as the 3 casings on this diagram?
Yes, so her vehicle is up here on the left side of the Sharondale overpass, and then the 3 casings are on the right side along the right shoulder. This is casing 3, which was the farthest, and then 1 and 2 are here.
And did you collect those 3 casings that night?
I did.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed an item. You've just been handed an item. Ms. Connor, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a package containing the 3 9mm casings that I had collected from the scene.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 5.
Yes.
And I would also ask that the witness be handed 2 images. Ms. Connor, do you recognize the 2 images that were just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what they are?
They are Google Map images of the scene location.
And are those images that were created for purposes of this trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that capture the same area of I-440 that you've been describing and also shown in your photographs?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those 2 images be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which would be A and B, with A being the larger zoomed out version and B being the zoomed in version of that portion of I-440. And may I have permission to publish those to the jury? Now, Ms. Connor, in this Exhibit 4 that's still on the screen, you have Sharondale Drive marked on this image, is that correct?
Yes, as an overpass. Mm-hmm.
And this next image, which is actually 6B, can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a Google Map image of basically that same hand-drawn diagram that I had. This here is that same Sharondale overpass. And then the victim's vehicle would have been on this side and with the casings down on this side of the overpass.
And the next image, which is 6A, can you describe what is shown here?
This is a zoomed out version of that previous Google Map image.
And are you able to make reference to that same area in the zoomed out image?
Yes, so this right here is Sharondale Drive.
If I can have just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Connor. I don't have any other questions.
Counsel for Mr. Hill, Mr. Chapman.
And I'm gonna need the overhead and exhibit, we'll only need one photo out of exhibit 4. I'm sorry, 3, and I don't know which one it was, but I have a copy, but I guess I just used that. I think she's gonna pull it up for me.
So you're gonna, which one do you need first, the overhead?
I actually need the diagram first.
Okay. Exhibit 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I can use a copy if the court doesn't want to bring it back and forth.
And it's, okay.
Are you able to see that well enough, Ms. Connor? Do I need to zoom in a little?
It's fine.
Okay. And that's the diagram the jury's already seen and that you created, right?
Correct, sir.
And good morning, by the way. I'm Jason Chapman. So you create one of these diagrams at every scene, essentially, right? Is that accurate to say?
Only homicide scene.
Okay. I want to walk through some of the things that you already touched on a little. So the X on the far left side of the diagram, which is just would be to the left of Miss Kaufman's vehicle. Is that?
Sorry, what?
That is, so you've marked, what I'm trying to ultimately determine is, you started at the end of the rock wall, which is on the far right, is that correct?
On the far right, yes.
Yeah, and then you measured to the back tire of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you've already told the jury that you used a little wheel and you kind of walked that. And I'm not trying to be very specific, but that's essentially 967 feet.
Correct.
Give or take a little bit. Okay, and I don't think we have to be perfect with measurements with my purposes here, so that's just about 967 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then you've also got on here, which the jury's already seen, item of evidence 1, 2, and 3, which are clearly marked on there, which are spread out behind the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So if we take 967, and if we wanted to determine how far evidence marker 1 is from the back of the vehicle, am I correct that you would subtract 345 from 967 is giving you, it's going to give you the approximate distance from item 1 to the back of the tire. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So 967 minus 345 is about 622, if my math is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so about 600 feet is where the first item marker that you've tagged is. Is that correct?
If that's how it maps, yes, I believe so.
And then for item 2, you would do the same math, which would be the total, which is the 967, subtract the difference, which would be the 331. Am I correct there? I'm rounding these
Yes.
numbers to make it easier, but
Yes.
the total's 967, subtract
Yes.
the distance from 2 to the rock wall would give you the distance from the back tire to that item.
Correct, yes, sir.
And then the same thing for 3, which would be the furthest one away from the car. So you would do the 967 minus the 116, and I'm rounding these. And so that's going to give you the distance from the back tire to item 3, which is the furthest one away.
Correct.
Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we wanted to find the distance between each item of evidence, say 3, 2, and 1, so you would then take the distance between 1 and 2, and that's going to give you, what, 345 minus 331, rounding those numbers?
It should, yes.
About 14 feet. And then the same for 2 and 3, which you would subtract where number 2 is at 331 and subtract the 116, and that's going to give you the approximate difference there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that items 1 and 2 are pretty close together,
That's correct.
about
They were.
14 feet, if that's correct.
They were close.
Okay, and then the other is significantly further apart.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you've already been asked on direct. This was, what, 3 or 4 hours at a minimum after? When did you arrive? What time?
I got there at right around 10:30.
Okay, so several hours after the initial shooting.
Correct.
Okay. And the jury's already heard, but it took some time for the roadway to even get shut down.
Generally it does, yes.
Yes, okay. As identified through the series of photos that you went through, there's 6 defects on Ms. Kaufman's car.
That I had located, yes, sir.
And you documented all of that.
Those 6, yes.
And you would have documented all of them. You're not going to not document what you think is a defect in the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. So you've documented 6. The jury's seen that you located 3 shell casings.
Correct.
Which means we're missing 3, right?
Correct.
Okay. So 5 hours went by. I think you said you walked the scene multiple times. Other officers walked the scene.
Correct.
Everybody was looking for more shell casings.
Correct.
Because it's obvious that 6 shots on the car, we only have 3 shell casings. We're missing 3, and you tried to find them.
Correct, we did.
Okay. And did not locate those.
That's correct.
Okay. And you touched on this a little bit, which is where you've located all 3 shell casings would be, for lack of a better word, would be just inside where the emergency lane would begin. Is that correct?
They were off, to the right shoulder.
That's closest to like the rock wall and the guardrail.
Yes, sir.
And then going left would be the lanes of travel. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
So they're just off of the edge of the white line, starting in the emergency lane where you don't drive.
Correct.
The next 2 lanes would be the exit lanes to get off the interstate or 440 at West End Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Kaufman's car, if it's not been clear, her car was also to the far inside or to the far right-hand shoulder of the road against the guardrail.
That's correct, sir.
Can you make some educated guesses that most likely the shooting did not occur right there in the emergency lane? That seems pretty obvious, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And then it would have occurred somewhere to the left of where you located the shell casings and to where you ultimately located Ms. Kaufman's car. Does that seem like an accurate sort of guess based on your experience and training and what you recovered here?
Generally, one would assume that both vehicles would have been traveling in lanes of travel and not one down the shoulder.
And you touched on this a little bit. 5 hours passed by. For some period of extended time, the traffic hasn't been stopped.
Correct.
The additional shell casings could have gotten trapped in tire tread or smashed. Is that correct?
They could have got trapped in a tire tread, or if the shooter wasn't in a vehicle, they could also be in the suspect vehicle.
So it's possible some could have landed inside the vehicle.
The suspect vehicle, yes, sir.
Typically speaking, unless it's do you have any knowledge of firearms at all?
I'm not a firearms expert, so just beyond photographing and collecting them, not much.
Do you know what they look like?
Correct.
And typically, if it's a semi-automatic, the shell's going to eject to the right.
Correct.
Unless it's a left-handed gun.
Correct.
And I'll just go ahead and pull up the photo here. That's one of the photos that was marked in collected exhibit 4, I believe. And am I accurate to say that that is a still from the Faro scan?
No.
Or do you take individual photos in addition to using the Faro scan?
So all the photos that we had previously gone through were photos that I physically took with a camera.
Okay, so you're taking photos and then someone else is also operating a 3D Faro scan of the area, but you don't do that. That's another person's role.
On this scene, I did not do it.
Okay.
A sergeant had done it.
Understood. So, and what I'm trying to identify here is you've taken that photo in reference to kind of the diagram. You would be standing towards that rock wall and sort of just behind the evidence tag number 2, looking towards the west.
Yes,
Is that
towards
correct?
the west or the victim's vehicle, yes.
Her car would have been beyond that bridge, and can you see it? Is that the vehicle?
It's right here, yes,
Okay,
sir.
and you're taking it just behind item 2.
Correct.
I think that may be all, but just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Conner.
Ms. Connor, Mr. Chapin was asking you about missing 3 casings.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your analysis of that scene, are you able to determine how many rounds total were fired at that vehicle?
From the fact that there are 6 defects, a minimum, I would say, of 6.
But if there were more than 6 fired at that vehicle, unless you locate the actual evidence, you're not able to say how many were fired that night. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he also asked you about that it was, I guess he wanted you to make an educated guess that the victim's vehicle wasn't in the emergency lane at the time of the shooting. You have no way to know that, do you?
No, she could have been driving down that lane of travel.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you so much, Ms. Connor. Watch your step as you're stepping down. Unless anybody intends to recall Ms. Connor, I'm going to release her from her subpoena. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. It is 11:52, which means it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, again, my instructions remain. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, or do any outside research. You can go with Ms. Adams.
All rise.
be seated. I wanted to revisit, and I forgot particularly which motion in limine it was that the defense had filed, but we had some discussions on Monday with regards to Mr. Merrill Odom's, I guess, what he could potentially testify to, and the parties referred the court to his interview with detectives. Do y'all recall? I forgot particularly which motion in limine that it was, but.
I think it's ours.
Yeah, well, I know it was yours, but I forgot which number it was.
I think it's number 1, regarding Mr. Cowan, regarding Mr. Odom's statement about Mr. Cowan.
Correct, right. And so maybe I had a lack of clarity on who the declarant is. Does that, y'all? Okay. Do y'all, you have your, you all referenced me to page 23 of the, of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview. Okay. And if I recall correctly, Ms. Sims, you were asking the court to exclude, in Mr. Merrill Odom's testimony in court, to exclude any reference to what Mr. Cowan may have said. Now, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and maybe this is probably where I was confused. Who was the declarant?
We believe the declarant is Mr. Cowan, because if starting with line 5, Detective Dickerson's question is, he said, what did Duty say? Was Duty like, dude? And Mr. Odom responds, Duty was like, Duty, he was stoned on drugs, he was like, fuck it, like, she shouldn't have did that shit type shit. So, in relation to that question from Detective Dickerson, it appears that Mr. Odom's response is, this is what Mr. Cowan said, and so Mr. Cowan would be the declarant, which is then the confrontation issue that we talked about.
Okay. All right, and of course, then I raised the question of how is that not an admission by a party opponent, but you're still going back saying that it's a Bruton issue.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think what Crawford and what Bruton say around the ability to confront witnesses against you, right, is that even if there is a hearsay exception that would allow the admission of such a statement, and that very well may be that this is an admission by a party opponent, but the constitutional right to confrontation that's protected under Crawford, and then sort of the corollary of our right to confront witnesses under Bruton that requires severance, would say that we cannot properly confront Mr. Cowan about making that statement. If Mr. Cowan did indeed make that statement to Mr. Merrill Odom, we have no way to confront Mr. Cowan because he had a right not to testify.
Okay. Does the state care to be heard?
Your Honor, the statement by Mr. Cowan, he is a party opponent. Mr. Merrill Odom is the person that she has the right of confrontation, and he will be the witness, and she can cross-examine him about that. There is not a Bruton issue because Mr. Cowan in that statement is not saying Mr. Hill did anything, but it's a statement that he made when Mr. Hill is talking about the incident, but that is what he said at that time about the incident. The state doesn't see any reason why it would be excluded.
Okay. Yeah, as I read that statement, I mean, the statement is Mr. Cowan implicating himself in his own conduct related to this. I don't see how there is a Bruton issue, so I don't see how I deny the defendant's request to preclude Mr. Merrill Odom from testifying as to such. All right, and I still have to address, and I'll mull this over lunch on Mr. Morris's testimony. All right, so I'll see y'all back here at about 12:45.
Mayor, may I interrupt for scheduling purposes? The state no longer believes that we will need Detective Arthur Hip.
I'm sorry.
The state no longer believes that we'll need to call Detective Arthur Hip, so we would just ask that he be released from his subpoena.
I know that the defense had requested subpoenas as well of, I believe, all of your witnesses, so, where's my witness? Yeah. Okay, so you want to talk about that and then let me know after lunch?
And then do we know exactly how long we plan to go today, just so we can make sure we have enough witnesses? Obviously, we don't know how long they're all gonna take, but we try to do our best.
I don't know, 6 o'clock, 7? Is that too long for y'all? Look, I can go, but I'm trying to be, and I also I did not inquire of the jury, so let's just say.
As long as you need to be here, but I'm more concerned about them.
I am too. Why don't I inquire when we bring them back after lunch, okay?
And just a reminder that Dr. Byrne will be here around 4 o'clock.
Okay, all right, all right.
y'all ready? Bring out Mr. Cowan and, and Mr. Hill. I do need to revisit the issue that we talked about before the break. And I'm going to tell you why. We'll bring them out. Where's Ms. Sims and General Moore? Oh, okay. Is everybody else road trip compliant? Okay. I was just saying that I needed to revisit the issue of Mr. Merrill Odom's comments in his interview with Detective Dickerson one more time. And again, this is for clarity. Very often in conversations, people will use pronouns that make it difficult for the reader or the listener to understand who's being referenced in the conversation. And I guess what I need to know is, as I read on page 23, lines 8 through 10, when Mr. Merrill Odom says Duty was like Duty, he was stoned on drugs, who was Duty referring to, himself or Mr. Hill? Because if he's referring to himself, I think my ruling stands. If he's referring to Mr. Hill, there could potentially be a Bruton issue. And I think it was that. In speaking to Mr. Merrill Odom.
Is that the person he's referring to is being stoned, he's referring to Mr. Cowan.
So Mr. Cowan himself, so when he says Duty was like Duty, he was stoned, in his conversation with Mr. Cowan, who was referring to his own conduct, is your understanding of what?
So my understanding is that Mr.
Or
Dickerson,
go ahead.
or Detective Dickerson asked him what Duty said, and Mr. Odom begins by describing that Duty was stoned on drugs, and then he says what Duty said, so that he, as Mr. Cowan, said, like, F it, like she shouldn't have did that shit, type shit.
Okay, all right. So if that's the case, and again, like I said, sometimes when we use the pronouns, it makes it hard for the reader or the listener to understand who the subject of the conversation is. And I thought about that after we broke for lunch. I said, well, wait a minute, I probably need to reread that or re-listen to it and then hear from you all. So if Mr. Merrill Odom's comments in those lines are about Mr. Cowan's own conduct, I do not find that there is a Bruton issue. All right. That should hopefully put that one to rest. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Can I address just a few kind of technical things?
Yes.
We're going to be introducing several pieces of evidence and exhibits through Detective Sergeant Dickerson, which is our next witness. A couple of those things that I wanted to talk about. There is a very short portion of Jacqueline Merrill Odom's interview where he places a recorded call to Devaunte Hill. Sergeant Dickerson will be able to say that he recognized Devaunte Hill's voice as well as it was his phone number that was contacted. And so we've redacted out just that phone call, and we intend to introduce it. I just played that for Mr. Hill's attorney so that they could see that very specific portion. And it's my understanding they don't have any specific objection to it.
What says the counsel for Mr. Hill? Okay.
The other thing that I feel like needs to be addressed, we have Mr. Hill's recorded interview. It was originally in 2 audio or video files because there was that issue when it got saved off, it split the file. Because there were redactions that were done, when they did the redactions, they put it together into one file, but our transcript has the black marks for the redaction, so I feel like the court needs to just give that redaction instruction when we get to that
Tell
point.
David to get me, I think, the redaction instruction if she, seems like we used that in the last trial.
We have 4 recorded jail calls. Those have also been redacted per the court's order. However, those redactions are not seen in the transcript.
And the audio files have been edited and the transcript has been edited where everything's removed, so I feel like we don't necessarily need a redaction instruction for that, unless someone wants one.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I don't see why it would hurt. Probably better safe than sorry.
And for technical purposes, we have some images that will be shown, but we also have a recorded interview, the recorded calls, and that portion of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview. So we will need audio to be working when we get to that point, which I'll try to notify everyone. I think that's it. I think.
All right. Do you know, well, we'll talk about this later. Well, let me ask this. Do you know when you will call Detective Gish and and Agent Valley? Will they be today?
No.
Okay.
They are basically the last two witnesses.
Okay.
Which that's subject to our scheduling with Dr. Carney, who is incredibly flexible, and we're very appreciative of that.
All right. All right, is there anything else before we bring the jury in? I will ask them when they come in, just to kind of get a feel how late they think they're.
Are you still gonna wait until you know whether Mr. Morris is?
I've got like a million things going on up here right now, Mr. Monko, but I promise you, it's among the million things that are up here and I promise you, I will get to, yeah, I mean, I'm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll hopefully know before the day, end of today or first thing in the morning. Who's your next witness?
Sergeant Jefferson.
Oh, you just said that. You told me that.
I said a lot of things.
Well, yeah. What are you using first? The computer?
Yes, it will be the computer, because we'll do that short portion of Dr. Merrill Odom's. Interview first, and then the second thing should also be that interview with Mr. Oldham.
While they're lining up, let's see, this is the, let's see. Tell them to hold on for just 1 second.
One additional thing, like previously in other trials, we had jurors that made notes on the transcript, so maybe we could tell them before.
Yeah, I'll tell them that. I was just looking at, let's see, document appointment.
You may have missed this part, and it may not be an issue, but they're getting a transcript that they don't get to take back with them.
Right.
So the court gonna sort of tell them if the transcript is inconsistent with what they think.
Well, that's what I'm reading right. That's what I'm reading right now. So this is what this is the videotape recorded statement you heard or will hear during the trial was edited by the parties to remove portions of the interview that were not relevant to this case. You are not to consider in any way the fact that this has occurred and give what weight, if any, you deem appropriate to the portions of the statement introduced into evidence, but you are not to speculate as to what was edited or why it was edited.
I think that's right. I think the counsel may have also been, as the
Yeah.
instruction about you'll be handed a transcript as an aid.
Do we have that? Can you get that for me?
That's the one.
Yeah, get that one for me, please. Oh, this may be it right here. Tape recordings were allowed in evidence, and you were provided with the document purporting to be a transcript of the videotape. Is that the same thing? This document was provided to assist you in your listening to the audio. If from your listening to the tape you find discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the tape itself, you should rely upon your understanding of the tape and disregard those portions of the transcript you find to be inaccurate. Then I'll add language in there. I'll remind them if they're taking notes, they have a notepad, that they need to take notes on their notepad because they will not be able to take their transcripts back to the jury deliberation room. Is that, okay, all right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation. All right, are we ready? Okay, are they lined up? Okay.
All rise.
Okay, we may be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury hearing the trial are present in the courtroom after lunch. I hope that you had a nice lunch and ready to resume. I want to ask you this, and this kind of will help us in terms of how we go today. Yesterday I told you that, and you all could tell during jury selection based upon comments from the attorneys that we got a lot that we need to get in. And I mentioned yesterday that it could be that we go a little longer today. If we go till about 6 o'clock, is there anyone who cannot stay until 6 o'clock? Okay, we're going to go to about 6. I may say 7, but that may be pushing it. I want y'all to get home and get dinner. So we'll go to 6 o'clock. Okay. So thank you so much for your patience. So 6 o'clock, everybody. All right.
Sergeant Dickerson is the state's next witness.
Okay, Sergeant Dickerson.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sergeant Dickerson, could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Chris Dickerson, ChrisDickerson.
And you are currently a sergeant with the Metro Nashville Police Department. What is your current assignment?
Sergeant with the homicide unit.
And in December of 2020, what was your assignment at that time?
I was a detective with the homicide unit.
And so your position now, do you supervise several detectives, and you used to be a detective in that same unit?
That's correct.
And can you describe how the process works anytime that a homicide occurs, as far as a lead detective being assigned and what that means?
Generally, we work in a rotation. We're on a team, 5, 6, 7 detectives. When a homicide comes out, if your team is up, and then within that, there's a rotation of an individual detective, then you are assigned lead. And from there, you assume all the responsibilities in the case.
And on December 3rd of 2020, were you assigned to be the lead detective into the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
I was.
And could you describe how that occurred? How did you become involved initially?
Our team was next up on call for a homicide, and I was notified by my then supervisor, Lieutenant DeWalt, that I would be lead on the case. And we were told to come out to I-440 westbound, roughly mile marker 2/0, and there was a deceased person at the scene.
And could you describe the scene as you found it on that evening of December 3rd, 2020?
Yes. When I had arrived, it was, from my recollection, around 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. When I arrived there, I saw Caitlyn's vehicle, which was a Mazda. It was up against a Parks officer vehicle, a Chevrolet Impala, and Caitlyn was already outside the vehicle, and she was covered up with a tarp, and I was told that she had already been pronounced deceased. Excuse me, TDOT was already on scene, and we were working on trying to figure out when it happened, exactly where it took place.
And can you describe what, if anything, did you do to investigate the scene while you were there?
Yes, I was told that there was a cell phone that was still plugged up to the vehicle, and it was in the center console. So, crime scene investigation, they took a photo of that, and then they transferred that over to basically my responsibility, which is something we always do for chain of custody purposes. The cell phone was on. It had several notifications, social media notifications, text messages, missed phone calls. So right away we want to try and preserve that data. Then we wanted to get the interstate shut down. I realized that this incident probably did not occur where Caitlyn's vehicle was, and there's possible evidence further back along the interstate.
And I'm going to ask that the witness, you have some items. Sergeant Dickerson, you're being handed an item. If you could take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
I do. This is a cell phone that belonged to Caitlyn Kaufman, her Apple iPhone XR. And this is an evidence bag that it gets placed in and sealed and assigned a property number from the property room.
And is that the phone that you found in Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that piece of evidence be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 7.
Yes.
And you said that you took that phone and took it to the SISU unit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would that be Detective Gish that would have analyzed that device?
Yes, he's one of the digital forensic detectives with the department.
And can you describe how that works with having Detective Gish analyze devices and how the two of you would collaborate during this homicide investigation?
So I'm not a digital forensics expert. We have those on the department, like I mentioned, Detective Chad Gish. So once I get a cell phone, we take it to headquarters where we both work at, and it gets plugged up to preserve the data. Then, as the lead detective, what I'll do is I write a search warrant for that phone, and I'll provide the search warrant to Detective Chad Gish, and he will download and extract the data.
And as he does that, does he provide you with information from a device depending on each homicide investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically in this investigation, was he updating you about the information that he was locating in Ms. Kaufman's device?
Yes, he had informed me that there was a large amount of data that was able to be extracted from the device, and we were in constant communication from pretty much within the first few days of the incident.
And can you describe, you said you were at the scene and you located that device. Were there any other cell phones located kind of in that area of the crime scene on I-440?
There was an older model flip phone. We didn't know if it had anything to do with the actual incident, but it was within the crime scene, so we requested that be recovered. It was in front of Caitlyn's vehicle.
And when you're at the scene, is it just you, or are there other detectives that are there assisting?
No, ma'am, there are multiple detectives. Just about our whole team was there. There was patrol officers and crime scene investigations.
And do you do everything yourself as the lead detective, or are there certain duties that are delegated out to other detectives?
There are other duties that are delegated out.
And that night, were there specific duties that were delegated out to other detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe those?
Some detectives went to the hospital once we learned where she worked to try and figure out what time Caitlyn was to be at work, if she had shown up, why did she show up, if anyone had contacted her, if she contacted anyone. There were detectives, once we learned where she lived, or at least where her vehicle tag came back to, that went out there to try and figure out kind of anything, what time did she leave? Did anyone see her leaving? Any evidence at her house? And I remained at the scene while this was kind of going on and helped facilitate all of that.
And you referenced that there was another cell phone located, and there are multiple people that are assisting. Was there some type of miscommunication as it related to that device?
Yes, that older model flip phone was not collected the night of when we were there. That was located in front of the vehicle. It was not collected.
And once you realized that, what, if anything, happened?
Once we realized it, myself and another detective, we went out the very next day, and it was still there in the same spot, and it had power to it, so then we collected it ourselves.
And did you also submit that phone to Detective Gish?
I did, via the same process, with the search warrant to be downloaded with the extraction.
And at that time, kind of that December 3rd into December 4th of 2020, did you have any suspects?
No.
And what, if anything, did you do to follow up on that flip phone that was laying on the side of the interstate?
We were able to identify who it belonged to. We were able to get an address for that individual and see some of the data or information that was on that cell phone.
And was that person located and actually interviewed?
Yes, myself, and I was assisted by an agent with the ATF and another detective, and we were able to locate that individual. They agreed to come down to headquarters, and we interviewed him.
And after completing that interview, was there any information that connected that person to the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
And did you confront that person about the information that was found on the flip phone?
I did. It was a little strange that cell phone was there at the scene of a homicide, and we confronted them about that. However, the information on the phone, he had a good reason for wanting to discard it, and it had nothing to do with the homicide, and we were able to rule him out completely.
And did you do a fairly thorough investigation into that person?
We did. It was a lengthy interview that we conducted with that individual.
And you said that you had detectives that went to Ms. Kaufman's work at St. Thomas as well as her residence. Was there any follow-up done on speaking to her friends or her residents, or were you able to learn any information from doing that?
Yes, I spoke to several of her friends, some coworkers, some of her close friends I was able to speak to over the phone and actually in person as well, and we were able to establish some other individuals that she knew or had close contact or relationships with.
And did you follow up and do interviews of those persons?
We did. One of them was someone that she was in a past dating relationship with, and we were able to go out to that individual's house, myself and another detective, and we spoke with him and one of his current girlfriend, and also another individual that Caitlyn had, I guess maybe a close relationship with. I don't believe they were boyfriend or girlfriend, but they had maybe talked casually, and we interviewed him as well at his residence.
And did either of those interviews lead to any information related to that night of December 3rd of 2020?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And so at that point, do you have any suspects?
At that point, we're back to square one. No, we didn't have any suspects. We continued to try and work any lead that came in, but we did not have a definitive suspect.
And your crime scene is Interstate I-440. What, if anything, was done to attempt to locate any possible video of the incident?
Unfortunately, the TDOT cameras, they do not record. They're on a live stream, to my knowledge. There's no recordings. So, like I said, multiple detectives who were assisting with the investigation went several exits down, any exits she could have passed, and just were going to businesses and locations trying to collect and download any footage. We didn't have a suspect. We didn't have a suspect vehicle. We wanted to preserve that data in the event later on we did to go back and look at it. So detectives canvassed the entire area, not just the interstate. Every exit they got off, any video footage that they could possibly find, they downloaded.
And was there any video footage that ended up being relevant to this case?
No, ma'am.
And at some point, were any tips coming in through Crime Stoppers or just to the police department?
We had a large amount of Crime Stopper tips. It was almost daily. Tips would come in through Crime Stoppers, which then get forwarded to the team and myself being the lead detective. It was every day they would come in.
And can you explain Crime Stoppers and kind of how that works? Was there any reward attached to that?
Yeah, generally when an incident happens, you may see the police department will say, if you have information or knowledge about this case, call Crime Stoppers, and there's a number. They're associated with the police department. I do not have any direct relation to them necessarily, but they offer up a $1,000 reward, generally if information leads to an arrest or leads to a suspect. So just about every homicide case, I'd say, has Crime Stoppers attached to it, and it's $1,000.
And initially, were there any Crime Stoppers tips that you specifically, I guess, exerted efforts to follow up on?
Yes. There was one that came in. It was in reference to an Instagram post, to an individual's story on their Instagram that referenced a shooting that possibly took place on an interstate or a road somewhere. And that was also early on in the investigation.
And was that Instagram post, were the, I guess, details of it specific to the shooting of Caitlyn Kaufman on I-440 West?
No, they were not. It was a very broad statement of a shooting involving either 10 rounds or 10 millimeter caliber. It wasn't very clear what it was related to.
And did you still follow up and try to identify that person related to that Instagram post?
Yes, we were able to identify that person based off their Instagram. They were familiar to police from other incidents, and members of our Titans unit went out and conducted surveillance on that individual, and myself and another detective actually went out and attempted to speak with that individual at his residence.
And was there ever any connection with that person and the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman on December 3rd of 2020?
No, there was not.
And so again, at this point, do you have any suspects?
No. After that, we're back to square one again.
And you described that there was the normal $1,000 Crime Stoppers reward that they typically offer. Did anything else happen related to reward money and information on this case?
Yes, after the 1,000, I believe $6,000 was offered. I want to say around the 8th, and then it went up to $16,000 that was offered a couple days after that, and then eventually a group of individuals, concerned citizens, however you may classify them, they came together and donated, I believe, $50,000, making the reward around $66,000 or so reward.
And that money, that is not from Crime Stoppers.
No, it is
it's
not.
just attached where if you call into Crime Stoppers, it kind of connects that process to that private fund.
Yes, that's correct.
And does it sound right that the $16,000 was the total amount with the $1,000 Crime Stoppers, the $5,000 and the $10,000 on December 8th, and then December 10th, the $50,000 was added?
Yes, the $50,000 was a lump sum added after those initial ones.
And at any point, did you get a call about anybody specifically having information related to this specific case?
I did. I received a call from Sergeant Reed and now Sergeant Mustafa. He was a detective then. That there was an individual at St. Thomas West that had information about the homicide.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you respond to St. Thomas West Hospital?
I did not. At that time, Detective Hughes and I, we were headed out to follow up on any leads that we could, and Sergeant Reed responded out to the hospital to locate that individual, and I went back to headquarters to prepare the interview room.
And can you describe the interview room at headquarters?
Yeah, so there's 6 interview rooms. When you go inside, there's a whiteboard, there's a table, a couple of chairs. The door's closed. There's a visible camera, in there that they can see. And then outside of there, police only have access to this portion of it. There is an observation room with monitors that other detectives or police personnel can watch the interview as it takes place.
And can you describe how does that recording equipment work? How do you start the recording of an interview?
There's a button on the wall in the observation room, and if you're whatever room you're in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, you hit the corresponding button to start the interview, and the button will turn red. And there's also a little red light above the interview room door to let someone know that there's an interview in progress.
And so you don't actually turn it on from inside the interview room?
No.
And you said that you went to headquarters. Did this person show up at headquarters for you to interview them?
Yes, it did.
And who was that person?
Jacquez Merrill Odom.
And when he showed up, can you describe what time of day was it?
I don't remember the exact time of day. I'd say early afternoon, though.
And can you describe his demeanor when you encountered him?
He was very friendly. Basically said that he had information about the case. He seemed willing to talk, a little reserved, maybe somewhat nervous. I mean, you're in an interview room at police headquarters with homicide detectives. Naturally, anyone may feel a little uneasy, but he greeted us when we came in, wanted to talk, and he sat down across the table from us.
And I'm not going to ask you to provide any information about specifically what he said, but how quickly did he tell you the information that he had to tell you about that day?
Almost right away. I'd say within the first 5 minutes of the conversation.
And how many have you interviewed multiple people during
Yes,
the
ma'am.
course of being a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typical?
No, it is not.
And again, I'm not asking you exactly what he said, but could you describe what type of information he was able to provide you with?
He was able to provide a name and a nickname, I believe 2 nicknames for that one individual. He was able to describe the vehicle that they were in and a nickname for another individual involved, and also began to provide information that he may know how to obtain the murder weapon.
And was he forthcoming in giving details if you asked follow-up questions of more specifics?
Yes, he was. He was very forthcoming in the information initially.
And at some point, you said that he gave you a name and a nickname. Did he give you 2 individuals or more than 2 individuals?
2 individuals.
And were you able to eventually identify who those people were?
Yes, yes, I was.
And I guess, can you kind of describe that to the jury? If somebody comes in and gives you a name, as a detective, what do you do to follow up on that?
We have various police databases that we can type a name in, and if anyone has had contact with the police, it should be within our database, or maybe within driver's license information, similar to a nickname. Some people, when they come in contact with police, they reference themselves, this is my nickname, I go by this, and that is also logged within the database. So when we were provided a name with 2 nicknames and then a nickname for another individual, we begin to research that in the database, also based off any physical descriptions that anyone may give us.
And the database that you're referencing, that's anyone that's a victim, a witness. It is not it's not regulated to people that are suspects of crime. It's anyone that would have any connection to any incident that the police might be following up on.
That's correct. It could be a victim, a suspect, a witness, or OP1, or another person who just happened to be there that maybe gave their information willingly.
And were you able to obtain photographs and actually confirm the identities of the 2 persons' names that Mr. Merrill Odom gave you?
Yes, I was.
And you said that he gave a vehicle description. Were you able to confirm what type of vehicle he was referring to?
Yes, I was.
And you said that he had information related to possibly being able to purchase the firearm that was used in the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman. Did he have specific details about that firearm, or did he say something general?
He had specific details, the make, model, and approximately how much he could purchase it for and where to find it as well.
And so once he gave you that information, I guess what, if anything, did you do to corroborate what he was telling you?
Once he provided us with that information, we printed out photos of the names and nicknames that he gave us, showed him the photographs, which he confirmed, yes, those are the individuals that I was referring to by name and nickname. And then once he had said that he could purchase the firearm, some of the other detectives who were trained in this, we started to develop a plan to do a controlled buy for him to go and buy this cell phone. We also had conducted a controlled phone call with him as well.
Which I guess that controlled phone call, does that happen a little bit later in the process?
Yes, it does.
And you said that there are other detectives that were familiar with setting up a controlled buy to do this purchase of a firearm. Is that something that occurs regularly in homicide investigations?
No, it is not. As a homicide detective, we're not trained in that unless you have prior experience. That's not something I was trained in or have ever been a part of.
And so at that point, did that portion of it kind of get turned over to other detectives so that they could coordinate those aspects?
Yes.
And did that happen quickly?
No, it did not. It took, I want to say, almost 3 hours to coordinate this.
And what happened with that control by the firearm? Did that actually occur?
No, it's not.
Can you explain those circumstances?
Yes, ma'am. As everyone was preparing to do this control buy, there's paperwork that has to be filled out, for that individual, which once again is something I'm not trained in. I don't know how to do or facilitate that. But as that was trying to get put together and coordinated, we had picked a time, and picked a place, tried to come up with about how much it would make sense for him to purchase this Springfield XD9, which was a firearm, and then we were notified that he did not have to do that because he actually was in possession of the firearm that he was going to go buy.
And how did you learn that information?
He was able to finally connect to the Wi-Fi, and which get a password basically, which is something he had been asking to do. He has a Wi-Fi only cell phone, and he had said, I just wanted to show that I was not there, a part of this. And then that's when he said, now that you know that I wasn't there, a part of it, based off messages with one of the defendants, I want to let you know that I actually already have the firearm.
And I guess prior to that happening, had he already given you consent to look at his phone?
He did. It's a consent form. That's something that I do on a regular basis. We basically ask them, can we have consent to go through and look through your phone? And they sign off that is okay for us to look at messages, phone calls, location data, things of that sort.
And so when he told you that he already had the firearm, what, if anything, did you do related to the consent that he had given you for his cell phone?
We had to get another consent form.
And did you do that? Your Honor, at this time I have 2 documents that I would ask to hand to Sergeant Dickerson. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the 2 documents that were just handed to you?
I do.
And can you describe those?
They are, like I said, they're consent forms, and it'll be the individual who owns the device will be up there. There'll be a detective or a police officer that will be on there, and there's a narrative that explains why we're asking for consent, what we can locate with this consent form within this person's cell phone device. And then they will sign off on it. It'll be dated, and then we will also add, you'll see at the bottom, the model, the brand, the type of device, the type of cell phone.
And are those the 2 forms that Mr. Merrill Odom signed and gave you consent twice to search his cell phone?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those 2 forms be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 8, and if they could be marked A and B. I trust Ms. Wise to do that. And if I could also hand the witness an item. Sergeant Dickerson, you're being handed an item. If you can take a look at it and let us know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is that item?
This is the cell phone that belongs to Mr. Merrill Odom, that belonged to Mr. Merrill Odom, an iPhone 7.
And is that the phone that you obtained from him with his consent?
It is.
And what, if anything, did you do with that item?
This, like all cell phones, generally are turned over to SISU to be processed by Detective Gish.
Your Honor, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 9. And can you describe the interview, kind of what, if anything, changed at that moment that you learned that Mr. Merrill Odom has the firearm and what you do in response to that.
Yeah, so at that time, that kind of changes the dynamic of the interview. Now, as a lead detective, I'm starting to think, well, did he do this? Was he part of it? Is he just trying to throw us off the course of the investigation? So we kind of had to backtrack a little bit and start over and explain to him, now it looks like you're trying to cover up, and maybe you're just here to try and put it on these other people to throw us off. So it really changed the course of the interview and the dynamic there for a little bit. So we almost started over to corroborate any of the early statements that he had made.
And did he go back over everything that he knew and how it happened with you?
Yes, he did.
And at that time, you had the phone. Is that submitted to Detective Gish so that he can tell you if there's anything on the phone that would connect Mr. Merrill Odom to the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, it was.
And I think you referenced this before, that there was a controlled call. Is that the point that you requested that Mr. Merrill Odom attempt a controlled call?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe that? What is that process like?
We wanted more evidence to show that he was not there, that he was not with any of the suspects that he had pointed out, and he stated that he could prove it to us. And we said, well, how about we do a control call, basically a call from the police department. The other party will not know that the police are listening in on this control call, and he can corroborate that he had nothing to do with it. So we began that process to start the control call.
And that control call, is that done from a police department phone, or how is that set up?
No, we did it from his phone, I believe. Yeah.
And did he provide you with the phone number that he would be making that call to?
Yes.
And if I can have the witness pass a disc. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at the item that you've been handed and let us know if you recognize it.
Yes.
And is that an excerpt from Mr. Merrill Odom's interview that is specifically the control call that you've just described?
Yes, it is. It's a call to Mr. Hill.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce that as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be number 10, and I would also request permission to publish it to the jury, which I have a copy of it ready on the computer to publish it from the computer versus the disc. Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe, there is a video file that has been opened up in Windows Media Player, and there's an image shown. Can you just describe briefly what we're seeing here?
This is the inner room that I described earlier. You'll see it's a split view from multiple cameras in there. You'll see Mr. Jacquez Merrill Odom. He's seated there with the hoodie on the left side. On the right side is, at the time, Detective Mustafa. I am in the interview room. I'm actually sitting kind of down here. You'll see me pop my head up, but I am in the interview room, and that's the table I talked about, the whiteboard. The door's closed, and this here is a recorder, and then you have Mr. Merrill Odom's cell phone there in front of him.
Hey, Ted. Man, walk away, fool. My goddamn uncle bullshit. I said, walk away, my uncle bullshit. You walk away, man. I'm trying to talk to you by yourself. Man, bro, tell this nigga that I was not in the car with your ass whenever that shit happened to that nurse came. Come on now. And then tell the nigga that goddamn that I traded you to MMP for, bro. Nah, nigga, I already know, fool. That's all I'm about to know, fool. individual made a control phone call to a Devaunte Hill. That ends this report.
And Sergeant Dickerson, after that control call was placed, what, if anything, did you do related to the firearm that Mr. Merrill Odom told you he already had in his possession?
Yeah, so we asked him where his vehicle was. He said it was still at the hospital in the parking garage, I believe. I remained there with Mr. Merrill Odom, and we received a consent form. We got his vehicle keys. And I say we, other detectives and units went out there to his vehicle to locate the firearm that he said would be in the glove box.
And did he willingly give you the keys to his vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And you referenced a consent form. If I can ask the witness to pass the document. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a consent form, similar to the one for a cell phone. Just at the top, you'll see vehicle search warrant search consent form. It has the individual's name, the date, the incident number, my name, the location where this was done, and it also have the vehicle information to include the VIN, the driver's license, the make, model, year, color, and then where the vehicle is located at. So we have on here, Ascension St. Thomas Hospital, and then he will sign it. Jaquez Merrill Odom signed it, and then the witness signed it as well.
Your Honor, I would ask that that consent form be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 11. And did Mr. Merrill Odom tell you specifically where within the vehicle the firearm would be located?
He said in the glove box.
And you said the officers were dispatched to that location. Were they able to locate that firearm?
Yes, they were.
And what, if anything, did you do once they located the firearm?
They located the firearm. Once they brought it back, it was photographed, and they brought it back. We knew that we had 3 cartridge casings that we recovered from the scene. Through our chain of command, we requested that they be tested to see if those cartridge casings were in fact fired from that Springfield XE9.
And that firearm, when it was located, was Mr. Merrill Odom still at police headquarters?
He was.
And you said the testing was requested through your chain of command. Was there any type of expedited request submitted?
Yes. That's not a normal occurrence. Usually it may take a week or several weeks. However, due to exigent circumstance, possibly having the murder weapon, we had cartridge casings. We wanted to corroborate and verify that that was in fact the gun. So the experts and scientists were called in, I believe from home, to come in and complete that process.
And based off of that testing, what, if anything, did you do?
From there, we were told that it was a match. I believe as close to 100% as you can get. I think it was 99.99, et cetera. From there, we spoke with the district attorney's office, and we felt we had enough to obtain an arrest warrant.
And did you have a location? Was Mr. Merrill Odom able to provide you with any information about a location of where Mr. Hill might be located?
He was.
And were you able to verify that information?
I was.
And you said that you obtained an arrest warrant, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that arrest warrant for?
Criminal homicide for Caitlyn Kaufman.
And who was the arrest warrant for?
A Devaunte Lewis Hill.
Did you also obtain a search warrant?
For the residence, yes.
And so you have a search warrant for the residence as well as an arrest warrant for his person, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe that process of how those are effectuated? Is that something where you would go out by yourself?
No. So in those situations, usually anything involving a homicide and affecting a search warrant of a residence, our SWAT team will conduct that, but we'll work, with them. There's usually some type of briefing, and at that time, homicide will read off the warrant, the search warrant, kind of give the facts surrounding the case, how we came to that point, and then from there, it's turned over to the SWAT team, and then they take it from there and effect the search warrant on the residence. we're there when that process happens, but I am not part of the actual execution of the search warrant of residence.
And when they executed the search warrant, were they able to locate Mr. Devaunte Hill?
Yes.
And was any other evidence located as part of executing the search warrant for that residence?
Yes, it was.
And I guess, can you describe where that residence was?
1500 Porter, in East Nashville, apartment K5,
And what's the name of that apartment complex?
Berkshire Place, I believe also known as Panorama.
And can you describe that, though, also known, is there kind of local people that live in the Nashville area have a kind of nickname for that apartment or that area?
I believe just Berkshire Panorama Apartments, 1500, yeah.
Does Panorama, is that known by any other name?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you ever heard anybody refer to it as PA?
I have not.
Okay. And you said that he was located. Was there other evidence related to this case that was located when that search warrant was served?
Yes, there's a cell phone and there's also a firearm.
And did you collect either of those items?
I did not personally, but other detectives did.
And the cell phone specifically, was that something that you were connected to and submitting it to SISU?
Yes, similar to the process with the other cell phones, that's something I took part in.
I'm going to ask that the witness be handed an item. Sergeant Dickerson, you can take a look at that item once you receive it and let us know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is Devaunte Hill's cell phone that I collected and turned over to Detective Gish with SISU.
And was that collected from 1500 Porter Road, apartment K5 at the time of his arrest?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 12. Sergeant Dickerson, you've described that you were not specifically involved going into the apartment to effectuate that arrest warrant. What, if anything, did you do at the time that you knew that Mr. Hill was located?
So I was at the apartment complex, and then once I received confirmation that Mr. Hill was inside the residence, I and another detective went back to headquarters to prepare the interview room for Mr. Hill.
And is that the same type of interview room that we just saw in that excerpt of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview?
Yes, it is.
And when you have someone that is charged with a crime and is being brought into the interview room, can you describe the process that you go through?
Yep. Just about any time that someone obviously has an outstanding arrest warrant or maybe a potential suspect, when they arrive, sometimes they're in handcuffs, maybe in the front or the back. And then when they arrive, we read them their Miranda rights.
And did you do that as it relates to Mr. Hill?
Yes, I did.
And is there a form that's associated with that?
There is.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a document. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at the document that's just been handed to you and let us know if you recognize it, and if you do, if you could describe what it is.
I do. This is our rights waiver form. So on this form will be certain demographic information to include the individual's name, where the interview is taking place, the date, the time, and on here we'll make sure that they understand their rights, and we read their rights to them, and then there's a section where they can read, or it can be read to them, their waiver of their rights.
And was that done with Mr. Hill, and does that contain his signature?
Well, it does not contain his signature at the time he was handcuffed, but he verbally acknowledged to it.
And so in that situation, you fill out the form, you read it to him, and you document it in your file?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that form be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And did Mr. Hill agree to an interview with you?
He did.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed the kiss. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize that kiss?
Yes.
And is that a copy of Mr. Hill's recorded interview?
Yes, it is.
And that recorded interview, you said that the process, there's a button outside of the room.
That's correct.
And did you make sure that that button was pressed so that the interview would be recorded?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that the entirety of that interview was recorded?
Yes, it was.
And then at some point, did you learn that the entirety of the interview was not available to you?
Yes, we did. We understood and learned that there was a portion in the middle, maybe towards the end, that had not been recorded.
And was that done intentionally in any way?
No, ma'am.
And I guess when you learned of it, was it after the fact when you're just trying to retrieve the copy of that recording?
That's correct.
So it wasn't something that you learned that night where you could go back and kind of start over?
That's correct. Yeah, it was essentially too late at that time once I had realized that portion was missing.
Was that several months later?
It was.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask with that interview recording be introduced as the next number exhibit, which I believe is number 14. And I have that available on my computer to publish to the jury, Exhibit 14, as well as there are transcripts.
Okay.
I have 2 stacks of 7 transcripts.
Okay.
For the jurors, and then I also have copies for the parties. Which I have a copy for the witness, the court reporter, Your Honor, as well as the clerk.
Okay. Did counsel, you have copies?
You have copies.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the recorded statement you are about to hear was edited. You're about to hear a recorded statement. It was edited by the parties to remove portions of the interview that were not relevant to this case. You are not to consider in any way the fact that that this redaction or removal of a portion has occurred, and you give whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate to the portions of the statement that you will hear or that will be introduced into evidence. But you are not to speculate. You cannot speculate as to what the edited, what was edited or why it was edited. So that's not for you to consider. Additionally, because we're introducing a recording into evidence, you are being provided a document purporting to be a transcript of this recording. This document is provided to assist you in listening to the audio. If from your listening to this audio you find discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the audio itself, you should rely upon your understanding of of the audio and disregard those portions of the transcript that you find to be inaccurate. Additionally, I notice that many of you are taking notes. If you take notes, please keep in mind that the transcript is not evidence, and you will not be able to take the transcript with you to deliberate. So if you take notes on the transcript, you're not going to be able to take it with you to deliberate. Just keep that in mind. I know that you have your notepads. Feel free to write any notes on the notepads as you deem appropriate. Okay.
Your Honor, Deputy Moore just noticed an error on the transcript. It indicates that it was taken on January 11th of 2021. This actually occurred on December 11th of 2020. I would just like to correct that so that no one thinks that our date is off.
Okay. All right. And the recording will reflect that, but I guess that goes to show how there could be inaccuracies between the transcript and the recording.
And Sergeant Dickerson, just if you could describe what we're seeing in this recording, just for the record.
Yes, that's one of the interview rooms. That's Mr. Hill and one of the SWAT personnel that brought him to headquarters.
And again, this interview occurred on December 11th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What's going on, man? What's up? I'm Detective Dixon, this is my partner. Detective, do you care if we take these off? Do you want one? You're good? Okay. I'll take these off. I know there's a lot going on right now. Probably just got woken up right now, you sleep in the middle of the night. Probably have a lot of questions. So that's just it. We're just gonna talk. Okay. Just gonna have a conversation about everything. Try and answer all your questions, and we'll just go from there and figure everything out, right? Okay. Is it Devaunte? Yeah. That's how you say it. What's your last name? Hill. Devaunte Hill? Okay. Do you go by a nickname like D or anything like that? Tay. Tay? Okay. Devaunte Hill. You go by Tay? Okay. How old are you, Devaunte? 21. Okay. All right. And is that where you live over there? Or is it somewhere you stay? You live in my mom's house. That's mom's house? Yeah. Okay. I didn't go in the house. I don't know. I was just outside and came back here to talk to you. Who stays in there with you and mom? Her and my sister. Okay. And what's sister's name? Alicia. Alicia. Alicia over there. Okay. Older sister. How long have you been staying over there for? I really, like, I've been at home and like I sometimes leave but then I've been in my home for a while. Okay. You weren't together? Yeah. We're not in the same apartment, but just in the apartment complex. What's that? Is that Stratford High or is that East? Stratford. Okay. Is that where you graduated from? Yeah. In school now? You going to college or anything? No. You working anywhere? I was supposed to start in Dipsy. I was supposed to be looking for an email today. To get emails today? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so before we get into why you're here or any questions you have, because you are a name post, interview room with detectives, I want to make sure you understand that you have rights. All right? The reason you, and then we're just going to put this aside, get it out of the way, we'll worry about it, we'll just talk. All right? We'll figure everything out. All right? Can you spell your name for me? D-E-B-A-U-N-T-E. And just H-I-L-L? Yeah. All right. Do you need water or anything? Like I said, we're just gonna have a conversation. We're just gonna talk to each other, figure it out. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for us. It's what the heck's probably going on right now. And we'll figure it out. Before I ask you any questions, you understand you have the right to remain silent? Okay. Knowing that you have the right to remain silent, you still want to talk to us? Just to see what's going on. Okay. Before we get into it, I'm just going to read it to you straight from the paper. That's what I usually always do. I want to read your rights. Have anyone ever read your rights before? Or do you know what your rights are? Okay. So anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer with you during questions. You cannot afford a lawyer, won't be provided to you, no cost before questions. First, before you probably heard it on TV. Okay. Knowing that, you want to talk, have this conversation, figure out what's going on? Obviously, you can't sign right now. We'll just put that aside. Actually, I'm sorry. One more quick thing. What is your birthday? 7/7/99. 99? What's your social? 410-87-2188. What's your phone number for you? 629-224-7903. 7903? So, like I said, we'll get that out of the way. What, I guess, kind of just tell me, about your day-to-day, what's going on, how you ended up here, what it started out, why you think you're here, what's going on today, the last couple of weeks. I ain't been doing nothing but applications. PlayStation, PlayStation. Let me ask you a question, and obviously if you have any questions, if you kind of get in there. Have you heard anything about what happened with the nurse last week?
I've been seeing it.
What do you know about that, with that lady out there?
Young, just she was on, let me see, what was it, 940 something? She was shot something. Was she there? I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that you coming here, and I think just being straight up, you guys be just straight shoot, do you think you being here has anything to do with that? Or why would we be talking about that?
I mean, it was really you brought it up.
Kind of just tell me why you think I would bring it up. Just, and like I said, right now is the best time to be open, be honest, and just talk, and that's how we figure things out on the front end. In this situation, when you're open, just up front with people, it can always help you out of the back end if there's something to it. You know, so why do you think I'll bring that up?
If somebody said I had something to do with it.
Why would you
I
know
was
that?
on because I came to my house. If it was just like, I'm talking to the man like I was. I guess it's common sense.
And what do you mean by common sense? You say that. Like, what's your logic? What's your common sense to that?
I mean, if it was just questioning, you feel me, I would probably just came and knock on the door, ask to talk to me, something asked me to come down here, but instead, when my door got kicked in, flashbangs came through and all types of stuff.
Call of Duty type stuff.
Yeah.
When that happened, when that flashbang happened, you like, what were you thinking? Did you really know what was up? Did you have any
I was
idea why?
asleep, my mom just came and woke me up. I'm like, they got a search warrant. Because so I was trying to get out of bed and come to the door to see what was going on, but by the time, you feel me, I was going to get up there, I kicked it over.
And you said you just kind of fill out an application, you're supposed to start testing. When you're not working, you say you're playing PlayStation, you're playing Call of Duty. Do you leave the house at all? Do you leave the apartment at all?
Yeah, I'm probably walk to the doctor, get the Dollar General.
The one right there in Paul? Or the line?
Basically, or the bus store across the street.
Okay. Is that like kind of your daily routine, what you do every day?
Basically.
Okay.
Other than that, I'll probably get my kids.
You got your kids? What are they in?
One, we had junior, we got a junior, and a blue dragon.
Are they there?
No.
Where are they at?
Look at mom. And,
And obviously, trying to get back to the nurse that you said, brother, you know, maybe my name came up, and just tell me why you think your name may not come up with that situation. And like I said, just
I'm here.
just be
The
honest.
only way I can know, because I'm here. Other than that, I don't have a car to drive anywhere. I don't do much. So I don't know why I'm here.
You never in any cars ever?
Yeah, like, I'd be in a car, but I wouldn't be feeling, I wouldn't do stuff like this, like.
You said that you sometimes ride around cars. Do you have a driver's license?
Nah, I'd be the passenger, I'm the field driver.
Usually passenger. Who drives it? Who drives it?
Like, whoever, like, feel me, say my kid's mama asked me, feel me, she'll probably come and get me, friends and come and get me, you know. You know,
You have a certain group of friends you just hang out with that you can call and pick you up and scoop you up?
nah, usually I just use the money in the apartments. And I'll be like, where y'all finna go, or something like that. And I just get in the car with them or something.
You just go out and ride around. I mean, since you're not working, you all just go ride. Since you're not working yet, you don't have a job coming soon. That's it.
Really, it would just be like running around, like, they have a destination, I think, so they want, I can work somewhere, anywhere. It's always a destination, you ain't just riding around. But those occasions, I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. When was the last time that you were in a car riding around?
I don't know. I don't
today?
I was just talking about
Were you over yesterday?
No.
Who were you gonna talk about today?
My little brother.
Your little brother?
Yeah.
What was his name?
It's not like a real little brother, it's just somebody who's younger than me who I basically just look after. I don't really know his real name.
Little brother, as in he can drive that age, or you?
Yeah, he can drive.
I'm not trying to get you hung up.
He can drive, yeah.
He's called little brother.
Yeah, just roast Taco Bell, and back home. And I was supposed to sleep and then woke up today.
Does he have a nickname or something? You talk to him and say, hey, he's in the car?
Nah, I wouldn't want to do nobody else in this situation, whatever this is. So I just keep it to myself.
What about the last, like this whole week? If you could try and think back, who you were with, riding around in the car, what car?
Last week I wasn't really in the cars.
No, I mean this week. Start with this week. It's hard to remember. So if you just take it day by day, like this week, where you're riding around, who you're with, what kind of car? Because you said you don't have a car.
I don't think they're all besides Taco Bell. I don't think I would anywhere. I am with them.
That was the last time you had a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
You've been out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If it gets technically now, it's Friday.
Right.
You're saying.
I started this application.
When did you start?
Probably one day. And I just talked to our friend, he was training that. I talked to him yesterday. And he told me that they was supposed to email me today.
Well, we don't know. I mean, like I said, as long as you continue to be open and honest, we'll figure this thing out together while you're here. But the biggest thing is you guys should be open and honest. If you're here for a reason, you may know it, you may not know it, you may have an idea, but the best way is just to talk about it. Okay? What about this past weekend? What you did? It seems like maybe on the weekend you go out there.
I think I went to
Atlanta? Where'd you go down there for?
just,
Who'd you go with? Who'd you go with? Big Mom? Who was that? I don't know your baby mom.
You might get to it though.
We wouldn't go do that. We want to put
Yeah.
I don't have an handcuff you. We'll take a step out here. So what were you going down to Atlanta for?
Just ride down there and chill, see the city. I don't want to travel like it.
Okay.
So I was like, I just want to go down there.
How was it?
Food, stuff on the drive.
How long was your hours?
4 hours.
What y'all riding?
Fish your hands.
I'm sorry, man.
Just a little bit. It just, I don't know how to do it.
So what'd you say you're riding on?
I think a Chrysler.
Chrysler? Right there? That better?
Yeah.
What kind? Was it a, was it an SUV or was it a sedan or a truck?
With Chrysler?
Yeah.
Sedan.
Sedan? A little better?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be. What kind of sedan?
You know,
A lot of leg room? You can have a leg room or? Yeah.
just over there.
I know it's 4 hours, cut the 4 hours on the type, he's kind of a tall guy.
So would
what days are you said speaking over there?
Thursday, Friday, Monday,
And then how long are you down there for?
Friday night, they can roll down and just roll into the city and just, so my kids just doing just right now, knowing I had to get to them. Other than I didn't stay on, plan on staying because.
Did you at least eat somewhere? Did you at least eat somewhere?
No, I just rolled through, they don't know,
Fast food or? Hey, man. It's a long trip, and I get some food.
You can't eat it today?
No.
Oh, just one down to the day.
Yeah, they ain't no shit, I'm trying to say. I don't know nobody, I don't know.
You just pick the girl up a little bit.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. What does she eat? What does she eat? Just a friend. But don't tell me wrong. So you said that was this weekend. What about Friday? Last Friday, what did you do?
Not Friday, just last weekend before.
Yeah, so I guess last Friday, so a week from today. Today's Friday, we can go back a week.
Wasn't all done.
Oh, on Friday. Okay.
Thursday, Friday.
Thursday, Friday, all that time. Do you have anybody that can confirm? I mean, we can't talk to this girl, but then we can call her and say, hey, we down there. Said, Well, she said, yeah, he was down there with me on Thursday, Friday. She would. What's her number? You don't know on top of your head? I'll give it to you. It's in your phone, where's your phone?
I ain't gonna probably put you in Charles.
No, but I mean, you don't have it on you. It's back to your house, the apartment.
They just look at them and probably broke.
Oh, there's another one. Okay. What about last Wednesday, before you went down? You remember this? Well, look, I mean, I would love to talk to, we said Tatiana, what do you call her? Oh, I thought you said her name. I would love to talk to her and see when you went down there. Try to figure out if that's really where we were. I believe that you went down there, but since you don't know, it's like Thursday, Friday, this weekend. And you're trying to figure out which day was down. You just went down there, you remember what place you're at?
That was like, check, food, stuff like that, once we get to it, and just roll through. Just keep on going through.
What was the weather? Just cold. Was it snowing there?
No.
Just cold.
I think it's snowed in Monday,
Oh, you know, last, not this past,
not to me, just
last. But you said when you went down there, it was cold. What about last Thursday? Because I mean, you said Thursday, Friday, you said weekend. What about Thursday?
Friday. Thursday night, Thursday, Friday.
Remember about the time on Thursday? It would have been the 3rd, December 3rd. Remember about the time you took off? Look, I don't think you can take the views across the board. I don't think you're being real honest. I believe you went to Atlanta. I think early with your girl, fire girl. But I don't think you're being honest about what day did you see him?
But not, you know, last week,
Not yesterday.
yeah, last week,
How'd you see it? You saw it on your phone? Is that what you normally use for like? I mean, I use the internet for mine.
I mean, I only like, you know, I was just scrolling, on Facebook or something, I seen somebody share, or like on my thing, they'll show like a breaking news there, and I just seen it.
Did you tell anybody about, like, go check this out, did you see this, hear about this?
Yeah. Just show it, well, like I was just sitting right with children or something, and I was just having to see something like that, and I was, whatever. Then, you know, I would just go around, hey, y'all see this?
Did your mom see it?
I don't know.
Or your sister?
I don't know.
Did your mom? Did your mom, did she see it? Did you talk to her about it?
Something wrong with it.
What route did you take to get to the line? You remember what interstate highway you took?
I started from Murphy, we started from Murfreesboro Road. Basically, I just went.
Mm-hmm.
So it's over with around there, east side.
And on this past Thursday, were you out there all on the interstate, riding around by yourself or anybody? So, so if we were to, I don't know, if you could give us consent or something, we look at your phone, we can see on Thursday, you hit her up, so let's do something. Why did you do it? You go to your phone? Yeah. So a little bit more about Caitlyn.
But you can see, like, I was definitely on to
Where does she live?
with
Your friends?
just about me, just about nobody else down there, something.
I mean, just kind of get us started, like, where you, so you know how you got to Atlanta, you said you started over here, where did you start?
Like apartments by after house. You know what after house is.
So the apartments down this way.
Yeah.
And did you go down towards Laverne, or did you go hop on the highway, or did you go downtown first, or which way did you go to get onto the highway? You know?
Which I would leave, I stay leave after hours. I don't leave because you can go like to Nashville, Nashville, and split. Not Nashville.
Okay, so you took it to Knoxville. Okay. And the reason I keep, you know, bringing on the table over there, so, shot, why do you think I keep bringing that up?
Because somebody had to say I had to do it. Because I ended up at my house.
I mean, I've never been to a No, just listen, so I'm saying, it's not something we just make up, like, man, Devaunte, let's go. Like, I go to this place.
Somebody had to say something.
Just, I know you said you don't know, just trying to think, why would somebody say something like that? What would be the reason? I mean, just what you think.
I don't know. I don't do much. I don't do anything. I usually stay in the house, play the game, do my kids.
Go to the left.
No, I don't, that's not something.
Really?
How'd you decide to hit up Pepsi for a job?
I told my friend to sign it.
I mean, 'cause I've never seen it get paid.
And he said it's 18 an hour and we can pay you a week.
Oh, wow. How many hours a week can you get out?
That's like 60.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Like, if you pay $1,080, we'll make take the tax, they go to about $960, that's like $100.
Did you have a job before that?
Yeah, I used to work at Dickie Bar.
Dickie's Barbecue. Not there,
It was too far out.
Who's gonna get you to work? Who's gonna get you to work every day? How far is Pepsi place from you?
Since he was running, I was working the same shift as him, 5 in the morning and 5 in the evening.
Okay. What's his name?
Roger Rogers.
Roger Rogers? Is it Roger or Roger?
Roger.
Roger. Do you play Call of Duty a lot?
Yeah.
You play against people you play around? Do you have a team?
Not really. I was playing with any game. Yeah, I like to be ready for people. They want to know things I don't know. So I use their strategies when I do play other people.
You said earlier that you change cars around, like you drive different people around and get you around?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who you, like, is it somebody you usually like to hang out with? Like, you got a good friend or buddy? Who's your favorite go-to person?
If I just happen to walk outside and see somebody I know,
Why not you?
or I just ask, my mom to see the car.
What's your favorite place to go? Like, everybody's like, you got a house, or if you're trying to get a house, where are you trying to go?
You know, it's good to see my kids.
That's perfectly understandable. Probably you too.
Since I understand, like, my dad was in my life, so I refuse to my kids and I had that dad with me.
Right.
So that's my main goal every day is to make it home, just so I can make it to me.
You and your baby mom do well? Go on? Sometimes. Yeah.
Like right now, I'm not there because we have issue going on.
Okay. How long has that been?
I just over in the snow, my dad, that money in the snow. So I guess that Tuesday, I left our house, or was it Tuesday? It was sometime I left our house. Because we got into it.
Do you usually, if you're not getting into it, do you stay with her, or do you still stay with your mom?
I stay with her.
You stay with her?
Yeah, but I was supposed to get my kids today so she can move to her apartment. In her own kitchen.
So your baby mom's moving her rooms?
Yeah. But she stayed with her mom and yeah. But she got her apartment. In her own kitchen.
Gotcha.
So she's supposed to be moving today. I was supposed to get my kids.
Gotcha. So, I'm just curious, okay? When people have been talking recently about the nurse, okay? Have they been talking about the apartment complex?
No.
Hey, man,
I'm saying it just goes on. It's nothing like feeling quiet on me. So my dad is just like, this is somebody we know, like, if my cousin was around somebody that did, it would be something we talk about.
So they ain't nothing over there?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, everybody has to talk about it. I don't know.
something to get somebody to start. Maybe some week, but.
What about cameras? What about, oh, sorry.
I was saying you only 6 years. Me and my cousin were both in the school, we were in our case. The lady was like, she couldn't see that's the name of it.
So you know that there's cameras out there?
Yeah.
What do you think those cameras would show if someone were to get shot at on the stage?
It was your scene. It's gonna show everything, get some cameras. Like that camera's supposed to do.
And you keep saying this comment that.
Like it is obvious stuff, you feel me?
Yeah. And so we're investigating, like you said, word of mouth, follow leads, reward. I think it's like 50,000, 60,000, 65,000, something. It's high. It's way up there. And then if we pull cameras, you know, we talk to people. What are some things that would stand out if we were to look at a camera on a highway or something like that?
The car.
You're smart. You're not dumb. I mean, what are some things that would stand out?
The car.
What car?
Like, see what was standing out, like.
No, you said the car. Like what?
I don't understand. If anything was happening on the interstate, the car was standing out. That would be the thing that, you feel me? The camera good enough and catches things fast enough to see another person.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're spot on. Sometimes on the cameras too, it show how fast cars are going.
Yeah.
If somebody's speeding. I don't know if you noticed that we don't have it, little secret, but state troopers, you know, they have license plate readers. If you go by them, they'll register the license plate.
Yeah.
I don't know if you do that or not. Yeah. I thought that's what I mean. Yeah, something that, you know, they'll register a license plate, and it'll say when that car drove by them on the interstate. Sometimes you may not see they just took away. Especially if it's bad weather, rain or snow or something like that. So that's not early morning. Do you think that that would be any type of lead to follow down if we saw a car driving fast or we see her car get shot at?
Yeah. You're supposed to, if you see her car get shot, you're supposed to follow it.
And like I said, man, I'm glad you're having the conversation. The best thing is why I'm just talking right now. The best thing is to be honest and not lie, because if we find out that you're lying and not being honest, it just won't be good for you in the long run. But if you're open and honest up front, you know, think it out, you know, it goes a long way.
So am I arrested?
Well, look at that's a good question. Right now, yeah, you're in handcuffs. You're not really. You're not.
I ain't talking about like right now. I know he's been talking. You know, I'm just saying, I'm arrested, but I'm in foreign nowhere.
No. What on the interstate? We get a lot of tips. You ever hear like Crime Stopper tips? Anonymous.
I read it.
Yeah, hundreds of them. Some cases get hundreds, some cases maybe a lot. This one was,
I was just I would agree.
and a lot of times people call in and they're anonymous, we have no idea who they are, but they call in and say, hey, I saw Caitlyn's car, because they never knew about that. I saw Caitlyn's car on I-440, about 6 o'clock, saw her about 6:05, 6:10, she was near the West 10 exit, hey, I saw her veer off the road. What do you think we're going to do with those leads? What do you think when we get leads about Cadillac SUV driving crazy on the interstate, driving fast on the state, great or so forth?
What day is this?
December 3rd, Thursday. Not at night. I mean, you said you was out Thursday night or Friday morning. You losing at night.
Why do you think someone would do something like that? Or shoot someone's car like that? Why would someone do that? I don't know.
People just do stuff. Why you gonna say just do it? There's a reason why everybody do stuff.
Absolutely. What would come to mind? Like, it's the first thing that pops in your mind, why someone would do something. As you said, there's reasons. What would be a reason?
I can tell you the reasons.
Yeah. You got nothing in your mind? Nothing in mind? I think you do. You should keep wanting to say, some people just, they stop right there.
I don't say some people, I won't just say some people just fuck up. You get that?
That's it. I ain't gonna tell you long you got. I promise you.
I agree, but them girls, I'm just kind of, that's just some people. I don't know, you get a reason why they do that.
Do you help no one when someone does it? Someone did it?
I really, it helps, but if a person understands some people.
You think it helps though? Closure? You know, eventually the family didn't know who did it, and they just want closure. Nothing against the person, they just don't know.
Yeah.
You get that one, but would be done, still be hurt.
Right.
Sometimes there's the pain of losing someone and not knowing, and there's the pain of losing someone that we should not get.
Yeah, that would brighten it up a little bit, but you know.
What about, what do you think the person who did it, how they feel?
You probably think
You think they think about it?
you know, so you just did fuck up individuals all talking about this, other stuff.
Right. So you think it's on the mind?
You know,
Kind of eating out. So I guess a lot of times, part of our job is to try to help both sides. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because both parties want to talk about it. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, like that right here, I mean, you can have some questions about it first. But I was just saying,
you think someone else has something to do with it, and you just got caught up with it?
I don't know. I mean, children still got money. If I don't know, it's not my own.
You honestly feel like you know, no idea at all.
Yes, when I honestly don't understand why. I really don't need to.
Can I be honest how you help that? You gotta be able to cooperate with what you're telling us. Does that know what that means? So you say you're out with somebody. Well, we can't just go and go up. You just say you're out with somebody and just leave. People lie to us all the time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's nothing personal. People lie to us all the time. So we have to go, okay, well, who are you out with? No, you just tell us. We call them up and look, no one's in trouble, we're trying to figure out what's going on, where you at with this person? They'll go, yeah, or no. We say, yeah, well, that helps. We can find somebody else. They say, no, I wasn't out with them. Well, then we're back to everybody, people lie to us all the time. You see what I'm saying? So, when the detective is asking, who'd you go to Atlanta with? Who you hang out with? He's not trying to get the business. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to get the person off. It's just trying to, if you're not supposed to be here, it's trying to figure out to prove that you ain't supposed to be here. You see what I'm saying?
And it's really helping you, you know, you gotta give a little bit and help yourself. So if you're just yelling at this person, I'm not gonna tell you their phone number or their name, well, you can't just go off that, you know. And it's not like, you're not dragging it into what you got going on. It's really, hey, I need your help right now. You know, I was with you, just, get contact information, follow up. Hey, have you been so-and-so with Dave recently? Yeah, I was with him in a last week. There you go.
Yeah. Would you do that with for somebody if they asked you to? Would you be upset if someone said, hey, you know, I got two detectives talking to me. You tell them, tell them where we were. Would you do that?
Yeah,
The same thing. Yeah, but you gotta trust your friends, man. You took them to Atlanta, she could have dropped you off in Atlanta. She brought you back. That's right. I'm just trying to help you out, you know what I'm saying?
You probably hear, don't trust me, don't talk to me.
Well, I have to tell you this, Thursday, she's about 6:05, 6 here.
Between like 6 and 7.
You can call me in the morning, that's some holiday.
What's she gonna say?
In the house. And not in the house, in the apartment.
So mom's done. You don't even know mom's number by heart?
No, I don't, because she got 3 different phones.
You wanna tell me all 3 numbers?
I don't know none of them. I call her, we have to be picture Facebook.
What's your Facebook?
Cheryl.
Cell phone.
Long trip?
So we call her, like, on Facebook, so trying to figure it out and say, hey, last Thursday between 6 and 7. Where was your sign? What's she gonna say?
Either in the house or in the apartment complex.
What if those cameras on the interstate and license plate reading and all those other tests they have us?
I don't have a car.
I say,
No, I'm just saying, you see the license plate readers.
that would lead us to a car that we could put you in that day.
I don't know anybody out there.
What about Tacoma?
I just don't know. I just
Sheriff.
This I'm gonna tell you, this before you try to say how I'm using the Cadillac, you said I ran the Cadillac out the door. This how I knew it was, you feel me? Bring the Cadillac, because you said the Cadillac first, then you tried to get the car. So that's how I know you try to bring the Cadillac.
Yeah, we got lots of tips, Cadillac, Coleman, Jeep.
You know, I'm just saying, why did you know you trying to say the car?
Tell me why.
Because you said, that was the first car, you said, if that's the first thing you said, you already know. You feel me? It's like if I asked you, just a Glock 22, you feel me? Or a Glock 30 or something like that. First, you name I said,
That's what works.
like I'm just saying, it was a fit your professional position, whatever the fit your like a boomerang. Somebody's like, since y'all know everything, what's up? Is this gun, like you said, the Glock 22? Yes or no? If you said the Glock 22, you saying it because it's common sense that why would I be trying to come up with a Glock 22? You got all the numbers. Of course it's a Glock 22, that's why you see it as a Glock 22.
I guess I kind of understand what you're saying. So those are one of the, like I said, we investigate tips, we investigate cameras and everything. We got a lot of them. Cadillac, Tacoma, Jeep, trucks.
Cadillac first. So that's what you
But you weren't in, you were in Honolulu, what? You were in a Chrysler. What Chrysler was? No, but I mean, which, you were on model? Chrysler. And
I mean, you're incredibly intelligent man. You are. So I have a hard time understanding why you're not wanting to give up a little bit of information on your personal. I get it, it's personal, 100% understand. But if you listen to me, man, you're incredibly intelligent. You are. I mean, the logic you were showing to Detective Dickerson, you're incredibly intelligent. So you could easily make this easier. You could easily make this easier. But you just don't want to. So I have to ask, why don't you want to just help us out and help yourself out? You asked me multiple times. She's specific. I love it. So that doesn't involve anything we talking about these times, right? A little bit early. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if I was in nowhere, excuse me, around the scene at those times, what can, so this looks good. Then when I'm thinking he has to, why would us want to try to get many people to cooperate with what you're saying, help you out? You just say that she can verify the times while I was there. That'd be cool. As long as you know you did. Tell me while I was there. And I live in the interstate, I don't have a car. To be on the interstate. Well, I'd be happy here for like you said, yeah, you said California, I don't know anybody more. Right?
Sergeant Dickerson, before this recording started, you talked about the fact that there was an issue with the actual interview file and the way that it was saved, and a portion of the interview was not captured. Is this kind of the point where that happened?
Yes, this is about when it takes place.
And during the interview, obviously, you're still there and Detective Hughes is there. Are there also other people with the police department that are actually observing this interview?
Yes, there were multiple individuals watching the observation room.
And can you describe what happens in the in-between time where we're missing a certain portion of this recorded interview?
It was about that time that we were provided with some cell tower data, and we were brought to it from Agent Valley, things that he and Detective Gish were working on based off the phone number and cell phone from Devaunte.
And so up until the point that you show him an actual map, does Mr. Hill continue to kind of stick with the story that he was in Atlanta?
He does. He continues to say he was out of town in Atlanta with a female friend in a green Chrysler 200 until we show him the picture of the map.
Which you mentioned during the interview, something about license plate readers on highway patrol cars.
That's correct.
And is that something that's true?
Yes.
And did you have any information from any highway patrol cars with
Not at the time,
license
no.
plate reader information?
Not at the time.
And did Metro Nashville, Davidson County, did they have license plate readers throughout the city in December of 2020?
No, ma'am.
So was there any information related to any license plates that you were able to follow up on?
Not at the time, no.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a document. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what that is?
This was provided to me by Agent Valley with the TBI. He is an expert in this field. However, it's a document with a map showing Devaunte Hill's phone number and putting him in the area of the crime scene. And you have the crime scene that's marked as well there on I-440 West mile marker 2/0.
And is that the actual image that you confronted Mr. Hill with during this interview?
I did.
And is that what you can see on the table now in the interview room?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that image, which is a map, become the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 15. And may I have permission to publish that to the jury?
Yes, you need to open, are you gonna do it?
I can just minimize this and pull it up. And Sergeant Dickerson, the image that is now on the screen, is that a copy of the map that was shown to Mr. Hill during that interview?
Yes, it is.
And this copy is actually the copy from the case file, so it's not the best copy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. After you confronted Mr. Hill with that image that showed that his phone was in Nashville, Davidson County, but also in fairly close proximity to the actual crime scene, what, if anything, did he say?
At that time, he acknowledged that he was not in Atlanta, like he had been stating for over an hour. He said that he had something to do with the murder of Caitlyn.
And when he said that to you, did he say that quickly, or was it something that you kind of had to pull out of him?
We still had to somewhat pull it out of him, where he was traveling, who he claimed to be with, you know, what vehicle he was in, that he really wasn't in Atlanta. He didn't just come out and say it. We still were in the interview for quite a bit of time.
And you kind of described when you were interviewing Jacques Merrill Odom, and he was providing you with information that all came out fairly quickly.
Yes, with Jacques, it was almost immediately, within the first couple minutes.
And even when Mr. Hill is confronted with that cell tower map that showed that he was in fact in Nashville, Davidson County, did he come out with all of the information about what happened that night quickly, or were you still having to ask multiple questions to get information out of him?
No, there was still a lot of back and forth between he and myself, Detective Hughes himself. We kind of just went round and around, as you saw in the interview. It took us a while to still get his version of what happened. It was not immediate.
And can you describe his version of what happened when he first told you about being in Nashville and not being in Atlanta? What did he say?
That he was traveling on the interstate, that Caitlyn had cut off he and the individual that he was in the vehicle with. And when that happened, the individual he claimed to be with had told him basically, you know, they put the window down, and that individual fired the gun several times.
Did he say who put the window down?
Yes, Quan is the name that he gave, Quan Evans.
And did Mr. Hill state what type of vehicle he was in?
I believe it's a Cadillac.
And am I correct that Mr. Hill indicated that he was the driver?
He stated that he was driving.
But he did state that Miss Caitlyn Kaufman cut them off.
Yes, he stated that when they were on the interstate that Caitlyn, cut them off, and which then resulted in the shooting.
Did he have any specific details about this Quan Evans?
No, other than a name. That was it. That was all he could provide.
Did he give a physical description?
Somewhat.
And the interview, does the recording kind of pick back up as you're following up, asking some follow-up questions about that statement that you've just described that Mr. Hill made?
Yes, it does. I believe when it picks back up, then we're talking about the incident. Then he is admitted to being in the vehicle, admitted to playing a part in Caitlyn's homicide, and I believe we're talking about this Quan Evans.
Your Honor, if I may resume playing the previous interview. And just for the record, it is at 48 minutes and 42 seconds is when this was stopped, and it will resume play at this time.
No, it was like a hearing on the ambulance. No, it wasn't like my sister was like, that was like a really young one.
checked on the computer, so you should still have this.
You minimized it.
Yeah, you minimized it.
It's on my screen.
Kick it off, let's try it.
It's not going to the
Mr. Cuomo?
You have to move.
Huh?
It went off and come.
I mean, I'm happy to shut this down and turn it back on.
You know, it's probably a good time to break. They've been here for almost 2 hours, and then we can figure it out. Yeah, give us a minute. I know we've been here for close to 2 hours. You probably be stretching away. We'll try to figure out this little technical hiccup.
All rise.
Don't discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody. Leave the transcripts in your seats, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
I could take a minute for you to figure that out. Walk in the restroom and things of that nature real quickly. Detective, now don't talk to anybody because you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
If you need to go
see. Where's Tim? Have a seat there, sir. Oh, man.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury hearing the trial are back in the courtroom. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We had to work out a little glitch in technology, but I think we're ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and again, it is 48 minutes and 43 seconds.
I mean, you know about them, you know a lot about them. Like, yeah, I know about a lot. Yeah, I know that. I didn't see what he said. I mean, really, this situation. So, you're right down, you're saying she's working for you. And you said, what does he say to you? What does he say to you when she's working? He just yelled out like, oh shit. And then you just roll the window down, or just let it down already? He's holding down. I don't know, like, when I look, I see him roll the window down, but he probably yell or something. Like, you know, people can roll rage stuff. Just yelling or something, I don't know. As I'm speeding like that, so you get off the interstate. Distortion. How many times did you think you passed before you got on the interstate? How many times? You probably passed one. I didn't pass it on me, but it first takes something. As soon as that happened, you took the first exit off, you get your hands on. Yeah. So like you know thoughts, and then you pick the gas station. You know, just got right off. Why did you switch seats? Because I didn't know where, like, my mind was racing at the time. I didn't know how many. So it was like, I was up there alone. So when that happened, I'm not here thinking like, what is going on? Why did you do this? I got no kid. Why would you do something like this? Like, that's what I'm thinking in my head. What do you do with it now? Are you with it? No, so you dumped it? So you I didn't touch it. You didn't touch it now?
you have his phone number? Like, I know you don't know it, but is it